Hello, everyone. My name is Violet. I am planning to pursue chemical engineering. Currently, I am doing A-levels at College Yayasan UEM, taking 4 subjects, which is physics, chemistry, and double maths.
Hi everyone, my name is Edmund. I'm from Kuching, Sarawak, and I'm currently studying in College Yayasan UEM as well. I aspire to further my studies in the field of mechanical engineering, and my subject combo is physics, chemistry, mathematics, and further mathematics.
All right, so before we begin with the scholarship application guide itself, let us talk a bit more about what Shell actually is. So, as most of you will already know, we are a very renowned oil and gas company, not just in Malaysia, but also all over the world. We also value certain core values such as sustainability and reliability. We are sustainable in a way that Shell has been making a lot of investments, as well as coming up with lots of strategies to ensure a carbon-free future. And we are reliable in a sense that we have been awarded 3 times back-to-back as Malaysia's most attractive employer, showing that a lot of people prefer to want to work with Shell. And we're also trusted in a way that we have a lot of regular customers in Malaysia, as we have over almost 1,000 petrol stations in Malaysia.
Now I'll be talking to you guys about the journey you will go through as a Shell scholar. So your journey starts off at the foundation level, where you will have to undergo a 24-month A-level program at College Yayasan UEM. Now, throughout these 2 years, you will have to complete 4 subjects and you have to achieve perfect scores of 4 A's in each of these subjects. You will also have the option to take your SATs if you are aiming for a university in the United States. Now, throughout these 2 years, Shell is going to cover every single fee, ranging from the school fees to the lodging fees to the book fees. At the same time, you will receive 400 ringgit every month as an allowance, while you'll be given 500 ringgit to travel from your hometown to College Yayasan UEM every year. Now, once you complete your foundation studies, you will then proceed on to an undergraduate degree in your field of study. Now, you'll be able to choose from the world's top universities in either the United Kingdom, the United States, or even Australia. Now, after you're done with your undergraduate degree, you will return back to serve a 5-year bond with Shell Malaysia, where you'll be working in the Shell graduate program as a mid-level executive. Now, there will be a possibility of you working at Shell headquarters at all over the world. So it's a very attractive and tantalizing prospect.
So, of course, like any other scholarships, we would have the minimum requirements. So these are the minimum requirements that Shell has standardized for every applicant. So a few prerequisites: you must be willing to pursue undergraduate studies at selected A-levels college. So unlike other people who get to choose what college they're going to, you are going to be studying in College Yayasan UEM, just like all of us here. You must also currently not be holding any offers from any other scholarships or loans. Now, for the grades, I know a lot of you would be wondering about what are the grade requirements for Shell. So this is what Shell is looking for. You must have a minimum of 8 A's, which consists of only A plus and A in your SPM. But don't worry if you have an A minus outside of these 8 A's, because I know some of you may think that scholarship bodies only take straight A plus students. Well, some of them do, but for Shell, you only need this minimum 8A. So the minimum you would need is 8A flats. But any other A minuses or Bs outside of that would be fine. Alternatively, you can also present excellent results at your O-level IGCSE exams, which consist of A and A stars. Now, of course, Shell is looking for students that are active in extracurriculars, not just those who excel great in studies. So Shell is looking for those with strong leadership skills and a lot of involvement in societies, club, and volunteering work. But you don't need to be like gold medal winners to be applying for Shell. Because as long as you have a lot of involvement in different things and things you're passionate and interested in, you should be fine applying for this scholarship.
Now I'll be talking about the courses offered to you as a Shell Scholar. Now Shell allows its scholars to pursue their studies in three main fields, which are mainly engineering, commercial, and sciences. In the engineering department, as a Shell Scholar, you'll be able to choose from basically every disciple of engineering, which may be mechanical, civil, chemical, petroleum, electrical and electronical, or environmental and sustainable engineering. Now, in the commercial front, you'll be able to choose from business and management or digital marketing. Whilst when it comes to the sciences, Shell allows its scholars to choose from geology, geosciences, geomatics, geophysics, and data science. Now, moving on to the universities that Shell offers, or the list of universities that Shell presents to its scholars. Now, Shell is renowned for having one of the more tougher lists of universities, and our list consists of top universities around the world. So in the United States, you'll be able to choose from any Ivy League school, which are, for example, Harvard, Princeton, Yale, Columbia, or Cornell University. You'll be able to choose from two University of California in Berkeley and Los Angeles. You'll be able to study at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Stanford University, or the California Institute of Technology in the United States. Meanwhile, in the United Kingdom, you'll be able to choose from the University of Cambridge, the University of Oxford, the Imperial College London, University College London, the University of Edinburgh, the London School of Economics, and the King's College London. While in Australia, you'll be able to choose from two renowned universities, namely the University of Melbourne and the Australian National University.
All right, so now we'll dive right into the scholarship assessment stages. So the Shell scholarship application does have 4 stages in total. For stage 1, it'll be an online application. Just like any other scholarship, you will need to fill in a form online, which consists of personal details, maybe your grades. For the Shell scholarship specifically, they'll ask you for your top 5, if I'm not mistaken, top extracurricular achievements. And for the Shell scholarship, it does require a resume. So make sure you have that prepared beforehand. And one great thing about the stage 1 application for Shell is that you don't need to write any lengthy essays or no essays at all, unlike some other scholarships. So the stage 1 is usually around the duration of the application stage, the date will be announced or has already been announced. And after this duration ends, you would go straight into stage 2, where you will get an email inviting you to an online assessment. So don't be worried about this online assessment. It's not like an exam-based assessment. It's basically a game-based assessment where you have to play like a lot of games where you have to maybe decipher patterns, and like they will test your memories and all that to gauge your cognitive abilities and your aptitude.
Now, moving on to stage 3 of the scholarship assessment test. Well, I consider stage 3, the on-demand interview, as one of the most challenging stages of the entire process. What essentially happens during this entire process is you'll be asked to log online to a website, and in this website, you'll be presented with pre-recorded questions by employees of Shell all around the world. So what's going to happen is they'll present you with a question in which you will have around 30 seconds or 1 minute to prepare and 3 minutes to record your answer. What makes this entire thing very challenging is that it's a very fast-paced thing and it's completely automated. Meaning, if you are unable to answer your question or you are unable to finish answering your question in 3 minutes, you will get no extra added time, as the system will just move on to the other question. So make sure that you are well prepared should you proceed on to stage 3. If you manage to complete stage 3 and are shortlisted for stage 4, this basically means that you are one of the top 20 or even 15 scholars which Shell has shortlisted. So what's going to happen in this final interview is very simple. It's going to be a very down-to-earth, a very relaxing chat with the scholarship board of trustees, in which they will ask you questions structured to know more about what you do and what you excel at. And during this entire process, you will answer questions about yourself and also about experiences that you have had in the past, in which Shell will try and gauge how good of a scholar you are and whether or not you are a fit for this scholarship program. This interview will last for roughly around an hour to an hour and 30 minutes, which is pretty long. So make sure you are well prepared for this stage.
All right, so here are some tips and themes for the stage 3 and stage 4 interviews. So like you guys have heard just now, the interview questions aren't very technical. There are other scholarships that ask you questions regarding maybe the scholarship bodies or maybe about our country, but Shell doesn't require that. Because what Shell really wants to gain from these interviews is an insight into your personality and how you think and your attitude around people. So the type of questions they'll be asking are competency-based interview questions, where, like Edmund has said, they will give you a situation and you would have to tell about the experiences you have relating to these scenarios or situations that they give you. So you guys can go ahead and scan these QR codes to go into these two articles. Personally, these are the two articles I used before my stage 3 and stage 4 interview, and they really helped me a lot. What I gained from these is basically, personally, I like using the STAR method, which is the situation, task, action, and result. So the questions are structured in a way where they will ask you like, tell me about a time that you did this. For example, tell me about a time that you had to step up as a leader for a team. So you have to think about a situation you've been in, which tells this experience. So you have to think of the situation, what task you were given, what action you took, and then the results, the outcomes of that action you took. All right, so you guys can save those links and look at them later, or you can even screenshot this slide if you'd like.
Now, I'll be talking about what Shell looks for in a scholar. So very obviously, like every other scholarship body, Shell wants its scholars to be all-rounded, meaning you not only have to be academically bright, you will also have to have a certain amount of experience in your core curricular, in the field of core curriculars. So for example, you could be an avid debater, you could be a musician, you could be someone who's very enthusiastic about volunteering. So what Shell essentially wants is for its scholars to achieve the right balance between academic achievements and core curricular achievements. The second thing that Shell wants to look for in a scholar is they want their scholars to be very mature. Now, this is something that can be shown through the final interview, like what Violet mentioned just now. In the scenarios which they present me with, they will be able to gauge how mature of a person you are and how fast a thinker you are, as well as how quick you are to respond to such situations. So if you are able to present yourself as a very mature person, that would definitely increase your chances of being selected as a scholar. Last but not least, Shell wants its scholars to be fast to adapt, because not everyone can adjust to the rigors of being of studying under a scholarship. So Shell wants its scholars to be able to adapt very fastly to different environments. Given the fact that you'll be studying overseas in a few years' time, Shell wants its scholars to be able to adapt to any changing environment, and this will greatly increase your chances of being selected as a Shell scholar.
Okay, so of course, all of this sounds very great. You get lots of benefits as a scholar, but there are, of course, two sides to being a scholar. On one hand, you have the benefits, and on one hand, you have the expectations and the pressure from your scholarship body. So the benefits of being a Shell scholar is that you would have many internship opportunities with Shell, not only in Malaysia, but also abroad, because Shell is a global company. So since Shell has a lot of headquarters around the world, maybe you'll get the chance to work outside of Malaysia. And other than that, we have a lot of professional and personal development courses. This means that Shell will really nurture your skills. They will really give you these personal courses, which will help you improve as a person. And lastly, you would have a flexible degree and country of choice, because when you're first applying for the Shell scholarship, they will require you to give them what degree you're aiming to go for. But if somewhere along the way you're doing your A levels, you suddenly decide that oh, this course is not for me, I want to change to a different course, you will be able to discuss with them and they will give you the flexibility to change your course. And next we have the expectations. As a Shell scholar, of course, you have to maintain consistent academic prowess, which means you would have to have consistently good grades, because this also relates to the second point, which is you have to comply to a strict university list. And I think this is the biggest hurdle you will have to go over as a Shell scholar, because like Edmund did mention just now, Shell has one of the toughest university lists out of all the other scholarships. So you have to consistently maintain this good academic result so that you would be accepted into these universities. Because if you don't get accepted to these universities, your scholarship can be redacted. And lastly, you will be expected to serve a 5-year bond with Shell Malaysia, just like it was mentioned earlier on. But you can take it as you may. A 5-year bond does sound a bit daunting for other people, but you can also take it as a positive note in a sense that if you have a 5-year bond with a certain company, it kind of assures you that you have a job security. It means that right after you graduate, you'll be working with this company. So take it how you may.
All right, that's going to be all for our session on the Shell Scholarship Fund. Now, thank you very much for having us. It's been a great pleasure, and we hope what we mentioned just now and everything we said just now will be able to help you in your journey in applying for the Shell Scholarship Fund. If you have any questions that you wish to ask us, especially when applying for the Shell Scholarship Fund, feel free to message both of us. Our Instagram handles are right on the slides, or maybe send us an email if you want to reach out to us. So I wish you the best of luck in applying for the Shell Scholarship Fund, and I hope to see you on board soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so good morning, everyone watching on the stream right now. So we'll be answering a few questions from the comment section. I'm Edmund, and this is
I'm
Violet.
fine.
Okay, sure. So our first question here is, are there any websites where we can practice for the online assessment? So essentially, what Shell does is the entirety of stage 1 and stage 2 and stage 3 are all completed through this website called Higher View. So if you wanted to, let's say, look for more assessments to make yourself more familiarized with the entire process, what I would suggest is you could go to this website, Higher View, HIREVUE, Higher View, to search for the practice questions they have. I've heard of scholars practicing on there before actually attending the interview. So that's one thing maybe you could opt for.
Yeah, and also to add on to that, you can also maybe search up on YouTube. I'm sure there are tutorial videos on how to use the website Higher View, because it's a pretty well-known website for employers to interview employees. So you can also opt for that.
So right now I'll proceed on to the second question. The second question asks us, what are the things that we should highlight in our resume? So I guess like what Violet mentioned just now, there's only 5 co-curricular achievements you can highlight in the Shell application form. So what I believe most of us did was we tried to put achievements from different fields. So example, you could put a achievement in debating in number 1 and maybe an achievement in a uniform body in the second. I guess what you would want to aim for in this process is diversity, showing Shell that you have a lot to offer and not just from one field. Anything you would like to add on, Violet?
Yeah, and it doesn't also necessarily have to align with what course you're going to take, because Shell would appreciate any achievements or involvements in any type of activities. So for example, right now, I'm planning to pursue chemical engineering, but some of the things I've put in my achievements are things like writing competitions and maths competitions. So you don't have to be too worried if you don't have much involvement that align with the course you're planning to take. And it also doesn't have, like I said earlier, it doesn't have to be you winning something. It can also be just a participation. They would really appreciate seeing what you have done in the past. All right, so moving on to the next question. Can I pursue computer science under the Shell scholarship? Edmund, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, sure. Of course, like what I mentioned just now, Shell offers a number of courses that you can take. And unfortunately, computer science is not under one of them. But what I would suggest is you still go for the interview, because from our own experience and from what our bosses at Shell tell us, it's obvious that Shell does not select its, Shell is more interested in the individual you are. So for example, what you could do is, if you manage to enter stage 4, you could tell Shell that you're aiming for computer science and see how it goes on from there. If they're really interested in you, they might offer you another course in a similar field. Let's say, for example, I guess data science. So I would say just go for the interview. And if you manage to make it to the final interview, that's where you will be asked to provide your preferred course and just see how it goes on from there. I wouldn't say not go for Shell just because it doesn't offer computer science. Try and mention it, and there might be some changes. It really depends on this year's scholarship field. Violet, anything else?
Yeah, I think you summarized everything perfectly. So now we can move on to the next question. Is the job with the scholarship body secured, which means are we guaranteed a job? And if there isn't, any after we graduate, do we get to find in other companies instead? Okay, so this is the thing about Shell. Your job is technically secured because after you graduate, they want you to serve a 5-year bond with them. So they want you to work with them. And what's nice about Shell is they offer a lot of personal mentorship. So even as you're studying, they will provide you with personal, like self-building programs. And also after you graduate, they will also give you a mentorship program to help you develop as a person. So yeah.
And just to add on, what happens with Shell is once you've completed your studies, you'll be entering Shell through what's known as the Shell Graduate Program. So it's a very competitive program that takes in students from all around the world. And what happens is, if you manage to complete the program, you essentially be working at Shell as a mid-level corporate job. So, and given the fact that there are only like 7 or 8 scholars in every batch of Shell scholars, your job is essentially secure from what I understand.
All right, so
I guess that's all for our Q&A session. If there's any questions, do remember to look us up through the social media links we left. And yeah, thank you very much for your time. It's been an amazing
thank you very
session.
much.
Everyone, welcome to Petronas Space Initiative. Let's embark on our journey with Petronas. I myself, Yayasan Khazanah, I'm going to pursue economics in the United Kingdom, and I'm currently doing A-levels in KYUEM.
Hello everyone, my name is Mastura. I'll be pursuing sociology in the United Kingdom, and I'm currently doing my A-levels at KYUEM as well. So we'll start off with getting to know Petronas as a company. Petronas is a Malaysian oil and gas company, and what we do essentially encompasses upstream operations like finding and producing crude oil and natural gas, downstream operations like oil refineries, petrochemical plants, and petroleum product distributors, and also gas and new energy operations. Next, what does an energy company have to do with you and a better tomorrow? So Petronas is a very large company, and as a progressive energy and solutions partner, Petronas aims to enrich lives for a sustainable future. So our aim is to reduce emissions, increase education opportunities, champion social impact, promote a circular economy, find energy and solutions beyond today, and much more. You can get to know more about Petronas via their website www.petronas.com or via their social media channels. So since 1975, Petronas Education Sponsorship Program has awarded scholarships to more than 37,000 highly deserving students. With the guidance that we are able to offer you today, we hope that you would be one of the lucky ones to obtain this scholarship as well.
Moving on to the courses offered. If you wish to study abroad, you can pursue chemical, electrical, mechanical engineering, geoscience, geology, geophysics, petroleum engineering, applied chemistry, pure chemistry, computer science, statistics, mathematics, accounting, pure economics, law, marketing, software engineering, and information technology. Next, if you wish to study in University Tenaga Petronas, you can pursue computer science, information technology, petroleum geoscience, chemical, electrical, mechanical, or operational engineering. For other local universities, such as UM or UAE, you can pursue accounting and pure economics. Moving on to your education journey. If you're going to UK, you have to do A-levels for 2 years in UEM, KDU, and TELUS, and then doing a degree for 3 or 4 years. And then if you're going to US, you will have to do the same as those students who are going to UK. You have to do A-level for 2 years in KYUM, KDU, or TELUS, and then doing degree in US for 3 or 4 years. For other countries such as Australia, Japan, and China, you will have to do respective pre-courses in TELUS, MSU, and Pusat Bahasa TQ. If you are offered to study in UTP, you have to do foundation for 1 year, which is compulsory, and doing a degree for 4 years. And then for other local universities such as UM and UAE, you have to wait for your UP results, and hopefully you will get the university.
Next, we'll move on with the minimum requirements in order for you to apply for PESP. Firstly, you must be a Malaysian citizen between 17 to 18 years old in 2022, portray strong leadership skills and active participation in extracurricular activities, and for the minimum grades, it is important for you to achieve a minimum of 8 A- in SPM 2021. Should you choose to pursue technical courses like engineering, you must include physics, chemistry, and mathematics, while for non-technical courses, you must include mathematics. Next, what is in the agreement? You will be bonded with Petronas for 5 years, meaning after you complete your education, you must come back to Malaysia. If you are pursuing overseas, you must come back to Malaysia and serve Petronas for 5 years. However, it is important to note that as a scholar, you haven't secured a job position just yet. You must go through due process and go through the job interviews before joining the workforce. Next, the fees covered. Your education fee would be fully funded and monthly allowance is provided. It will be sufficient for your educational resources, daily sustenance, and other necessities, so it is not something you'll need to worry about. It is very sufficient and generous. And the expectations of you, should you become a Petronas scholar, you must meet the minimum academic requirement and gain a place in Petronas approved universities. You must carry yourself with good conduct within and outside academic institutions, and you are expected to participate in training events that Petronas organizes for their scholars.
So, moving on to the application process, I guess the most awaited slides. After you get your SPM results day, your SPM results, your transcripts, you need to apply for the sponsorship from 16 June to 22 June. And then you have to wait for 2 or 3 weeks in order to be invited to Petronas Young Stars Day. So what we will do in the Petronas Young Stars Day? So basically, you will have to do 2 phases. So the first phase, you have to do Cambridge Personal Style Questionnaire, CPSQ, and taking skill assessment, TSA. And then if you are qualified enough to be in the second phase, you need to do interview, which is student potential assessment. And then for 1 or 2 weeks after that, your result will come out and hopefully you will get this sponsorship. So what do you need in the offline application process? For required documents, you need to prepare for your SPM results, parent salary payslips, and ECA certificates. So what to fill in? Your personal details, your highest achievements, and the most pivotal point that I want to highlight, 2 intended courses and 2 intended countries to study. So basically, you have to choose 2 courses that you really want to pursue and 2 countries that you really want to study. Next, I want to elaborate more what is Cambridge Petronas Questionnaire. So I think that most people are afraid with the word Cambridge because Cambridge, and what is CPSQ. So CPSQ is a personality test conducted by Cambridge. So just the same as Petaksiran Psychometry in high school. So you just need to circle and just fill in what is your opinion about some kind of situations that you need to encounter. The only difference is you need to take this seriously, because I know that you didn't do it seriously in high school back then. So because since this questionnaire is one of the marks and judgment that you really need to do in order to process and to show that you qualify enough to be in the sponsorship. So you really need to do well in it, but just be honest with yourself. So for more information, we already posted link for this CPSQ. So hopefully you will get familiar and do it well for this CPSQ.
Next, moving on to the second part of the first phase, the thinking skill assessment. So the thinking skill assessment is a critical thinking exam with only multiple choice questions. It consists of English and math questions, and it is important to note that you will not be able to use your calculator throughout the exam. You must answer these 40 questions while a webcam invigilator will invigilate you. And this TSA is very important because it determines whether you will succeed to go to the next stage, which is the group interview. The thinking skill assessment is not something you are necessarily familiar with. However, online past papers are available. Next, the last stage, what is the student potential assessment? The student potential assessment is a group interview that will be conducted online or physical depending on the current COVID-19 situation. And you will be given a case study where you need to collaborate with your teammates in order to find solutions. So the student potential assessment isn't only a personal interview, it also gauges your ability to work with others as well. So moving on, we'll talk about the tips that we have for you. Firstly, think your course choice through. Ensure it is what you really wish to pursue among what Petronas has offered. It is really important that you do prior research about the course that you wish to pursue in order for you to make a well-informed decision. And although the application period is really short, it's only about 1 week, and the application form is really easy to fill online, it is important that you do not do so recklessly and really skim through everything and your choices before you submit it.
I guess like some people would say that they don't know what to do, and they say that maybe they just want to apply this for fun. But one thing that you need to take into account is if you get this sponsorship, you need to pursue the courses that your contract. So as examples, like me, I have to pursue pure economics, so I have to pursue pure economics. So I just don't want you to become regretful in the future that you maybe don't like this course, maybe you hate this course, or maybe that you think that you are not good enough to do this course. That's why we say that it's very important for you to think your course choice through and ensure that you really wish to pursue among what Petronas has offered. And then moving on to the second tips, do TSA past papers to be more confident in answering the TSA questions. So you can just search in Google, just search TSA past papers, and believe me, there are lots. You just need to do it, because I bet that most of you do not familiarize with this like TSA, because it consists of like long passage English questions and then maths questions. And with the maths question, it's based on words, not equations. So basically, you just need to imagine the questions. So if you do the TSA past papers, believe me, you can do it well and become more confident in doing it.
Yes, I agree with Harith. Use the online past papers to the best advantage, because this will greatly improve your chances of getting a good score. And lastly, be tolerant of others and collaborate with your group mates during the interview. While you give valuable input throughout the session, it is important that you do not overpower the discussion and also uplift others as well. As a good leader, you have to portray good communication skills, and you must be able to work well with others. It is important that you bring the best out of others as well throughout the group interview.
One thing that I want to share is you don't need to become the group leader. You just need to possess your leadership qualities. Because I bet you come to this base initiative, I bet most of you have leadership qualities from high schools. And you just need to possess your leadership qualities because Petronas is a big firm and they're really value innovation. And in order for them to know like what is your opinion and what kind of innovation that they want to make, you need to become collaborate with your roommates just to make sure you support each other and make sure that none of them left out in the groups. So you just need to become like supportive and confident and also tolerate with each other in the group interview.
So that is all that we have for you today. Thank you for staying with us this far. Should you have any further questions that we are unable to answer throughout the Q&A session, feel free to contact us via Instagram or email as shown. So thank you everyone, have a good day and enjoy the rest of the session.
Bye-bye. So right next, moving on to the question. Hello guys. So we're pushing this initiative. I'm Harith and the other one Masura, and we're waiting for questions. So sorry for the delay. So the first question, is there any type of achievements that should highlight during applying? So basically any kind of achievements that you had during high school, but I suggest you that you put the highest achievements that you already gotten from your past high schools, maybe international level, any highest, maybe district, maybe state level. But I will say that anything, debating, sports, just anything, just put it in. And if you have the certificates, then it should be considered as any achievements that you get from high school.
So for the second question, can I know if we can change our course later on? So for Petronas, you will not be able to change your course later on once you have accepted your contract. What you fill in your application form, you must ensure that it is really what you want to do, because what you will get offered between the first and second choice will be your degree, and you will not be able to change your mind along the course of your education journey. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay, so moving on to the third question. So, hi, my name is Azad. Hi, Azad. So my question is, if you were in a group interview and it happens to be that your teammate seems to overshadow you, is it required for you to interfere with him in a polite manner? I would say that if you find your friends maybe overshadow you, maybe like taking your time, taking your opportunity, it is very polite to at least ask him like, can I like give my opinions? Like, can I interfere for a little bit? Can I give my opinions? Can I give some kind of like interference? Because basically, all people want scholarships, right? But I just want to say that for those people who really think that they want to overshadow people, don't. Because I would say that Petronas, some kind they hate that. They really want collaboration. So you do have to give opportunity to those people, you know, teammate, and make sure that you will really give them opportunity, because I mean, Petronas is a big firm. They really honor innovation. They really want people to communicate with each other. So I hope that I answer questions. So yes, it's very polite to interfere.
Yes, adding on to the previous question, I think it's really important that you try to interfere to create a better space, a more comfortable space for everyone. So I believe it wouldn't be a problem should that happen throughout your group interview. And the next question, is it still encouraged to apply even if the studies you want to pursue is not listed? They're on the tangent as well. So regarding this, I would like to remind you again that should you get this offer, you will not be able to change your course. So if that is something that is okay with you and you feel like you would be able to adapt to that other course that is on the tangent as well, I believe it would be good for you to apply as well, because it's good to apply to anything that you that you are able if you pass your minimum requirements. However, it's important to set it out with yourself whether you would be okay should you get this offer, because you will not be able to change your course. Yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Next, moving on to the fifth question. Are there any examples of the questions that will be asked during a group interview? So you can just search in Google's, there are lots. I still remember that the day before I went for the interview, I searched in the Google's like the blog for Petronas scholars, and really big. I mean, I just want you to polish the basic knowledge of interview, like what is your name and what you do in high school, everything. And also like I want you to know at least a little bit about Petronas, because I still remember that during the end of Petronas, the interviewers asked me some question, asked me if we have questions, and I asked them about Formula One because I really want to know like the development of maybe oil engineering in Formula One, and just make sure that you engage with them, because I think they really like those people who really want to be in Petronas. So to answer your questions, yes, you can just search in Google or maybe ask us about any questions that maybe examples of questions that appear maybe in the interview. And also like during my time, it was case study. So the questions might be like unpredictable, but just polish your basic ethics and basic knowledge of interview.
An example that I had during my interview was what are the key traits that is needed for future employees. I remember they gave like around a few examples like emotional intelligence and flexibility. So there will be sufficient ground of what the case study will be, because they will introduce what topic they would want you to elaborate on and what are the examples of the key traits, for example, during my time. So you don't have to worry about that, although I would really encourage for you to research through blogs. There are also questions like what are your suggested improvements for the Mesra
the mystery stores at Petronas gas stations. So it can be unpredictable, but it would be great if you can research through blogs. Yeah.
True. Okay, moving on to the next question. Hello, for functional studies, you mentioned students to be sent to KYU and KDU. Tell us, are we free to choose where, or is that decided for you? I'm sorry to say, but it's decided for you. So if in the contract they said KYUM, so you need to pursue your A levels in KYUM. So you cannot choose. You will be given the respective pre-U courses.
Next, are there any websites where we can practice for the online assessment? So the online assessment consists of the CPSQ and the TSA. So for the CPSQ, we have given you a link in this slide, and for the TSA, there are multiple websites. You can search Cambridge TSA or TSA past papers, and there will be numerous choices, so you can access those. And again, I would like to remind you to use that access to your best advantage, because it will really help you to familiarize with the concept and answer the TSA.
Okay. Then may I know, is there any website I can practice the mathematics question that will be asked? We'll be going to answering math questions. I'm not very familiar with any mathematics questions, like example, but you can do TSA past papers, because the technique itself, they don't give you equation. They give you like long passage, and you need to make your own equation, maybe like this thing in your mind. Because trust me, it's not that hard, because it's just from a passage. Maybe like if you do like Olympiad mathematics, they might not give you like equation, but just trust me that sometimes you just need to imagine like the shape of keyboard, shape of like shape, and you just need to like think and like calculate with your mind. Like just, it's not math question, it's just like normal maths, but just you need to imagine it because there's no equation. So I guess you just need to do the past paper from TSA past papers, and make sure that you're familiar with it.
Adding on to that question, you don't have to worry, because it will not be at maths questions. It will be regular daily life application questions.
Yeah, true.
You will be able to do it without your calculator, trust me. And the next question, do they prioritize academic achievement or co-curricular achievements more? So personally, I believe that academic achievements is really important as the benchmark for you to apply. However, should you go on to the first phase and the second phase, your SPM results will not really hold as much weightage. By that time, it will be really important for you to excel in your online assessment and also in your group interview, because by then, they will really want to know the kind of person that you are, how your in terms of co-curricular achievements, they really want to know how your co-curricular achievements have impacted you, whether you can work with others and whether you can engage with others well. So personally, I would like to say that after you have filled in your SPM results and after you have been admitted to the first phase and second phase, from then on, it will really be about the person that you are instead of your academic achievements or your co-curricular achievements. Yeah.
I do charge at Masura because the achievement is just for like application, just fill in applications, and after that, because they will filter those from stage 1 to stage 2, which is Petronas Youngsters Day. If you're able to be in Petronas Youngsters Day, so you just need to be worried about your TSA, your interview, and other stuff. So don't worry. Okay, the last one. Hi, if I were to take mechanical engineering, hi Danish, under Petronas degree, later on I would like specialize my career into aeronauticals. So do I still serve under their bonds? Yes, it is very compulsory for you to return to Malaysia if you study overseas for 5 years to work in Petronas, and you say that you want to specialize in aeronauticals. I hope you still need to serve the bond in Petronas, and I hope after that you might can pursue your career in aeronauticals. And I'm not so sure if Petronas has any kind of like branch in aeronauticals, but you still need to serve your bond in Malaysia later on.
Yes, I would like to tell you that your placement in Petronas will be dependent on Petronas. So it will be dependent also on openings. So it may not be specifically what you want to be in. However, Petronas is a large company, and there will probably be a time throughout you serving your bond. There will probably be times where you try out other departments. So that is what I would like to tell you about your expected working environment should you become a Petronas scholar. And again, I would like to remind that you would have to go through the job requirements and also pass the minimum academic requirement after your degree in order to actually become part of the Petronas workforce.
Okay, I think that's all from us. So, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the session.
Hi everyone, welcome back to today's initiative. So right now it's going to be Yayasan UEM scholarship session. And without further ado, let us introduce ourselves first. So my name is Nur Syahidah Iwani binti Muhammad Nizam. I'm planning to pursue finance at LSE in the United Kingdom. And my subject combo is maths, further maths, economics, and chemistry.
Hi everyone, I am Darby bin Zulhelmi, and I'm intending to pursue my degree in software engineering in the United Kingdom. My subject combo is maths, further maths, physics, and chemistry.
So let me start off by introducing about UEM Group and what UEM itself. So UEM Group stands for United Engineers Malaysia Berhad and is a wholly subsidiary of Khazanah Nasional Berhad. And on the other hand, UEM is the philanthropic arm of UEM Group. So Yayasan UEM focus on two different areas, which are education and community assistance. So we provide the opportunity for Malaysia's youth to pursue undergraduate studies at both foreign and local universities as well as professional qualification. On top of that, Yayasan UEM also provide development programs ranging from communications to leadership as well as analytical and critical thinking. I also like to mention that Yayasan UEM aims to provide quality education, and it is translated through this scholarship program. So moving on to UEM Group subsidiaries, as you can see at the top left corner, we have UEM Sunrise. So Sunrise is one of the best leading property developers in Malaysia, and it involved in high quality property development projects such as Moon Kiara in KL and also Iskandar Putri in Johor. And next to it would be UEM Berhad. So Berhad is the engineering and construction arm, and it also involved in the construction of the second tallest tower in the world, which is Merdeka 118. And next to it would be Agenta. So Agenta is the asset management and infrastructure solutions. So it's changing the landscape of Malaysia through projects such as North-South Expressways, Kelana and Ampang Line LRT extensions. And as you can see at the bottom left corner, that's the logo of Sime. So Sime stands for Cement Industries of Malaysia Berhad, and is taking a role as a preferred construction material partner. Last but not least, we have Plus Berhad, which is the expressways arm of UEM Group. So moving on to the part of the scholarship application, which is the minimum requirements. So in terms of academics, you must obtain excellent academic track record in both Form 4 and Form 5. And also a minimum of 7 A's, combination of A and A+ is required for you to be eligible to apply in relevant subject in recent SPF examinations. Moving on to the background, you must be a Malaysian citizen, proficient in English, possess excellent communication and interpersonal skills. And in terms of the extracurricular activities, you must hold leadership position at schools, active participation in extracurricular activities, but there is no specific requirements for PAJST scores. And you have to bear in mind that you have to submit all those documents and certificates to UEM later on. Now we'll be looking at the courses offered by YUEM. So YUEM offered business courses ranging from finance, business management, accounting, and economics. We also offer engineering courses, which are civil engineering, mechanical engineering, and electrical engineering. On top of that, IT and computer-related courses are also offered, ranging from computer science, computer system and networking, software engineering, data science, and data engineering. And lastly, actuary science is also one of the courses offered by YUEM.
All right, so let's continue our journey and have a look at our future roadmap. The first one is all about the application process, which will determine whether you are a part of our family or not. You will undergo some interviews and essay writing during the application process. Make sure that you are alert with your email, phone, as they may contact you first before emailing to you that you have passed the stage. Then, if you are the one who is chosen, you pass every single stage, then you will continue your studies in A-level at College Yayasan UEM for 24 months. After completing your A-level study, you will next move to the undergraduate studies for UEM scholars. It is either you manage to secure a placement at the top uni in the UK or US for your particular course at that year. And if not, you will further your degree in FLU, which stands for Foreign Local Universities. For the case that if you manage to secure your placement in the top uni in the UK or US, you will undergo 3 or 4 years of your degree, depends on your course, overseas directly. But if you did not manage to secure your placement in top university in the UK or US, don't worry, you will continue your first year or second year of your degree, depends on your course, in FLU Malaysia. Then for the last 2 years, for the last second year of your degree, you will continue your studies in the FLU uni, but in the overseas. As you can see on the slides, there are some FLU uni, such as University of Harriet Ward, University of Reading, and others. So, moving on to the stages, we have a total of 4 stages for Yayasan UEM scholarship. First of all, here are some of the required documents that you need to prepare, like your parent payslips, SPM certificate, Form 4 and Form 5 examination results, and curricular activity certificates. So for the first stage, you will need to fill in some of your personal information details through the portal. Make sure you fill in the information carefully, especially your email and phone number, as they are the main platform for they to get in touch with you. After that, you are also required to write 2 short essays about the topic given. So make sure that you are prepared with a good essay writing skill and be genuine. For stage 2, it is about video assessment. You will need to shoot videos on the topic given and in a given time, approximately around 3 minutes. The topics and questions is around 3 questions for you to respond in the video. The first questions will be just like a general questions about the scholarship, like why do you deserve this scholarship? And for the last 2 questions, it is mainly about the current issues happening in the world. So make sure you read a lot during your free time so that you have the idea for what to talk about. Moving on to stage 3, which is a group interview. For this stage, it will be separated to 2 sessions, which all of you need to go through. For the first session, you will be given a few questions, and then you need to give your personal opinion about the questions given and present it during the session among all of you. It can be like either you agree or disagree with the questions and then prove your standings with some reasons. For the second session, you will be divided into a few groups. They will give you a topic to be discussed among your group mates in a given period of time. For this part, make sure that you play your role as a team members and also be a team player. Communicate effectively with your group mates and encourage them to discuss together. Be a good leader. And the final stage is an individual interview with the executives. There is only you and the board of trustees in the room. So make sure that you are well prepared. Do not be too nervous and don't worry. For me, they are really friendly. Just be yourself and you are good to go. So the next one is about the scholarship agreements. We have a total bond length of 5 years after you have finished your undergraduate studies, which you need to serve the UEM company, like working with them for 5 years. And about the fees covered, all of your academic expenses in KYUEM and your future university, such as your tuition fee, will be covered. Others including the medical and life insurance, monthly allowance, books allocation, and a laptop. Here are some of expectations that you need to know if you become a Yayasan UEM scholars. Firstly, you will need to attend all the annual STP, which stands for Student Development Program, organized by YUEM. And the second one is you may change your course of study, but you must get an approval from the Board of Trustees.
So next, I'll be sharing some tips on how to ace the interview, or in specific on how to ace UEM group's interview. So what kind of individual the Yayasan UEM is looking for? So first of all, you must be a passionate and confident. So passionate by showing your enthusiasm. So how? Maybe you can portray your excitement while explaining the reason on why you choose that particular course. For example, like you have a family member who work in that certain profession and they inspire you to be like them. Or maybe you came across an article which you think that, in the first thought you think that, oh, I think this is interesting and I want to know more about this. And second, confident in presenting your answers, especially during the first session of the second stage, where you need to present your own arguments, whether you disagree or agree with the question given. And second, energetic high achiever. So I know that most of you have been participating in various competitions and also obtained many achievements. But it is vital to note that it's not about the amount of leadership positions that you hold, but or like the amount of certificates that you got, but it is about how those like activities and events shape you into who you are as a person today. And this is actually one of the questions that we got for the essays. And also how or what skill that you gain from joining those kind of activities. And then for the third one, has desire to contribute back to the community. So as what I've said before, Yayasan UEM focus on two areas, which are education and community assistance. So there are like quite a number of assistance programs done by UEM. So if you are that kind of person who has desire to contribute back to the society, so this is like a good platform for you to show that you are that kind of person. And also, last but not least, a team player. So to describe this, it like relates to how well you work and communicate with others, which is your group mates, your group members, especially in discussion interview. So for example, let's say if you notice that your group mates doesn't speak that much, so you can or you should encourage them to speak more, because it just shows how you're not trying to dominate the discussion, but itself you're trying to be a good team player by encouraging others to speak as well. So I guess that's the tip from us for now. And this is a gallery of us being Yayasan UEM Scholars 2021, or also known as YASP 17. So I hope to see any of you at Mercu UEM later on soon.
And thank you everyone for listening. I wish you all the best for your application process and goodbye.
So if you have any questions or inquiries, you can reach out to us on Instagram or email as what you can see on the slides. I guess that's all from us. So good luck for your application and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
So hi everyone. So I'll be welcoming you to the Q&A session. I'm still waiting for the question. So if you do have any inquiries or question, just drop in the comment section. And I'm so sorry to say, but my partner, which is Darby, is not here. He has a connection issue, and he might be here in a short time. So yeah, if you do have any question, just drop in the comment section. I'll be more than happy to attend. So for the first question that I received, hi Azad. I would like to ask about YEM. Is there any maximum limit amount of household income for this scholarship? So first of all, I just like to mention that you have to submit the pay slip of your parents. That's the first thing. And if I'm not mistaken, there isn't any maximum limit amount of household income for you to be eligible to apply. So it's not wrong for you, but it's not wrong for you to apply even if your parents' income is high, because after all, this is a merit-based scholarship. It depends on your achievements, curricular achievements, and also academic achievement. So yeah, there is no maximum limit and you can apply, but just have to bear in mind that you have to submit the pay slips to YEM later on if they requires you to do so. And for the second question, are extracurricular participation outside of school considered, or must they be the one recognized by KPM or school only? I'd like to say for this type of question, to answer this question, if you have the certificate of your participation, then it's okay for you to include in the application itself. It doesn't have necessarily mean to be recognized by the KPM or school ones. If you have the certificates, to provide them in the application, and it's fine. Yeah. And for the third question, what are your tips for the video introduction? So speaking from my own experience, for the video itself, like what Darius told earlier, we received like 3 different questions for the video. So first of all, I think you like just straight to the points, because you have to answer all those 3 questions in approximately 3 minutes. You don't really have time to say about anything that's not related to the question that you need to answer. So just like mention about your name and just straight to the points about the question itself. So like, for example, like, hello, my name is Nur Syeda Iwani binti Muhammad Nizam. So I'm going to answer all 3 questions provided by YEM. Yeah, just straight to the points and just say what you want to say about the questions. So for example, like the question itself, last year we received like 3 questions. And the first question regarding to cryptocurrency. So for the video interaction, you have to introduce yourself and just be it. Don't like speak too much about yourself. Just straight to the points. So if any other questions regarding the group interview or like individual interview, how's my experience, you can drop in the comment section. So for the fourth question, is there a maximum number of certificate that we can include for application? Like preferably how many number of certificate is advisable to be included? In the application process itself, when you want to apply in the YEM website, so they will include a section for your application process, for your certificate, like curricular and academic section. So I don't think, I think there's a maximum number of curricular activities or achievement that you can include in the application form, because as far as I remember, there was like include like three section of curricular achievement that you can include up until what level. And also, but in terms of how you would provide the certificate itself, I think, yeah, it depends on the number of certificate that you have, but there's not really a maximum number or certificate. As far as I remember that there are three, I think there are quite a number of like 3 certificate that you can include in the application. Preferably how many number of certificate advisable to be included? There's no number of certificate that I would preferably advise you to include, but just include up to the maximum that you have. Yeah. So for the last question, is there any specific attire that we need to wear for the video introduction? So for this, you just have to wear something formal. Make sure that you look good and presentable in front of the video. Make you look, the outfit that make you presentable to presenting your answer. And yeah, you're good to go. Don't wear like something informal, and that really makes a bad impression for you from the side of the interviews itself. I guess that's all from me. Should you have any inquiries, you can reach either me or Darwish on Instagram and emails. Yeah, thank you.
Assalamualaikum and Heather. I'm pleased to welcome you to the YTM Scholarship Talk organized by BASE. We're kicking off our talk with a straightforward introduction of ourselves. I'm Ahmad Mukri bin Hasni, and commonly called Mukri. I'm undergoing my 3rd semester A-level study at College Yayasan UEM, and I intend to pursue a bachelor's degree in data science and analytics in the UK. Besides me is Farhana.
So, hi everyone. I am Anis Farhana binti Abu Sufyan, and you guys can call me Farhana. So, I'm currently taking A-levels at Intact Education College and will pursue my degree in electrical power engineering in the UK.
All right. You can't love what you don't know. So let's get to know Tenaga Nasional Berhad, TNB. It's an end-to-end electricity firm in Malaysia. End-to-end means it's obliged by our government, dictated by the law, to to generate, transmit, and distribute electricity across Peninsular Malaysia. Unlike other companies, they only offer electricity generation services and sell the electricity to TMB to be transmitted and distributed across Malaysia. What does it mean for us? Well, it means that this firm possesses massive and diverse job opportunities for you. Due to the nature of TMB's business, it's the largest utility firm in Malaysia with 34,900 employees in 2013. Being a TMB scholar obliges you to work with it for 7 years. Anis will talk about it in depth later. But if that's the case for you, don't worry, because you'll be working with the top 10 best companies to work for according to Randstad, the top 15 according to LinkedIn, and the top 5 biggest companies in Malaysia based on market capitalization. Let's dive into the details of the scholarship program itself. In essence, there are 2 categories of scholarships, local and overseas, and each of them has different courses. These are the courses offered for the local scholars. You can screenshot it for your future reference as the list is quite lengthy. Scholars of these courses will be completing their foundation and undergraduate programs at UNITEN, University Tenaga Nasional. As for the overseas scholars, the courses are quite limited to electric power engineering, data science and analytics, and accountancy. However, the courses offered for local and overseas program may change in the future, depending on the needs of TNB. TNB is investing in education that is parallel with its business strategic planning, so that both entities win. They will obtain the maximum return on investment and you get to accelerate your career growth by working in a company that already has a plan for you from the get-go. As an epitome, perhaps TNB is planning to restructure its IT infrastructure. It may need more experts in computer science undergraduates and may reform the list to include the course in the overseas program. I have prepared for you a map to demonstrate your journey as a YTN scholar in achieving your dream career goal. The application opens after the announcement of SPM results. Then you can choose which scholarship program you're applying to. But before that, make sure you check your eligibility for the intended program. It will be covered by Anis later on. You will undergo either a 1-year or 2-year preparatory program, followed by an undergraduate study. Finally, you'll be serving your 7-year bond at TNB subsidiaries, which include businesses from multiple countries, including the United Kingdom, Malaysia, of course, Kuwait, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, India, and even Indonesia. I'll be passing the stage to Anis to resume the talk.
Okay, thank you, Mukri. So for overseas programs, students will have to take the preparatory program. For students applying to the UK, you guys will be taking A-levels either at Intech like me or at College Yayasan UEM like Mukri. For students that will continue their studies in Australia, New Zealand, and the US, your preparatory program will be at UNITEN Putrajaya to be exact. And if you guys want to pursue your studies in Canada, you will need to take IB in MCKK, which stands for Malay College Kuala Kangsar, if I'm not mistaken. And lastly, for the twinning program, you will be at the University of Southampton. And for your degree, the list of the university that you are allowed to apply to will be given out by YTN. It changes every year, depends on the ranking of the universities. It also depends on the course you are planning to take. As an example, an accounting student cannot apply to University of Manchester, but electrical power engineering students can apply there. The same goes for like accounting students can apply to London School of Economics, but electrical power engineering students like me cannot apply there. Okay, so here are some of the universities listed by YTN, which is for the US is Virginia Tech, Washington State University, Ohio State University, University of Wisconsin-Madison. For Australia, University of Melbourne, University of Queensland, and Monash University. For New Zealand is University of Canterbury, and for the United Kingdom is Imperial College London, University of Leeds, University of Warwick, University of Manchester, and London School of Economics. And for the local program, you will be continuing your studies in either Uni 10 Putrajaya or Uni 10 Pahang. Okay, so moving on to the next slide. So these are the qualifications that you need to have in order for you to be eligible for this scholarship. So the first one is your SPM results. You need to at least have an 8 A's in your SPM results for you so that you can apply for YTN scholarship. And for your GCEO results, which is the grade of our English in SPM, you need to at least get a 2A. And other than that, you also need to be very active in co-curricular activities. Just like Mukri, he went to a lot of robotic competitions, but I'm just an ordinary student. And then you guys will also need to have leadership qualities and characteristics. Okay, next slide. So this is the application stages for when you apply the scholarship. So the first step is the application form. The application form will be updated by YTN, usually on the day when the SPM results are out. So for the application form, you will need to submit required documents there and fill in every activities and achievements you've done. So like me, I don't really have a lot of achievements, so I just put everything in there. So like Mukri, he went to a lot of competitions. So I think the list is very lengthy. And usually you will have about 10 days to complete this form. So after YTN has received your application form, you will need to do a self-introductory video. For this self-introductory video, it actually plays a very huge role during your interview with YTN, because actually the questions in the interview is based on the self-introductory video, because I think before the interview starts, the panels will actually watch our self-introductory video and will be asking questions based on the video. So be creative and be confident, because from the video itself, they can actually see your confidence there. So the video should be about 3 minutes long, and you will be given 2 weeks to submit the video. So actually, like me, I have actually no idea how to do the video because I'm not that creative. So I watched a lot of examples in YouTube, because actually a lot of people uploads their video in YouTube. So I actually watch them and maybe try to be as good as them. So you can actually also find my self-introductory video on YouTube. So the next step is the interview. So the interview is an individual interview. Yeah, sounds terrifying, but it is actually a very fun interview. It is not so serious at all. They just want to see your confidence, I guess. Not like Petronas scholarship, because Petronas scholarship, they will be doing the interview in a group, right? And they will just observe what are you doing. But here it is an individual interview. Go show off yourself to the panels. So before you go for the interview, you need to do your research about the course you applied and be honest about everything they asked. What kind of research you should do? As an example, you can search for the name of the CEO of TNB and the director of YTN, because actually it is two different things. And YTN is actually under TNB. So there are a lot of people you actually need to know. For my interview, I actually put a lot of sticky notes on my laptops just in case I forgot about what they asked about. And luckily, some of the sticky notes did actually help me during the interview. And you also need to know about TNB generally. Like there's actually like 3 division in TNB, maybe the generation, distribution, and transmission, if I'm not mistaken. And they also did ask me about that, and I'm so relieved that I did my research and know at least a little bit about it. So the interview will go on for about 20 minutes to 30 minutes, but my interview actually did go above 30 minutes, maybe about 35 minutes, I guess. And it was so relieving after the interview ended. And after the interview ends, all you have to do is pray and wait for your results. Usually it is in 3 months, but I guess our results of SPM actually on June, but we received it is actually less than 2 months. So you guys just need to pray after this interview. So yeah, that's all from me, I guess.
All right, thank you, Farhana. And this is the ending of our talk. And we wish you all the best for the scholarship application for SPM Batch 2021. Do inquire us anything if you have any concerns in your mind. And you can connect with us on Instagram. We have included our social media username in this last slide. And thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Hi everyone. So unfortunately, my partner isn't able to join the Q&A session. She has an emergency, so I'll be the one who will be answering all of your questions. All right, so for the first question from Amar Hanisa, does the interviewer mind if bring notes to the interview? So during my time, the interview was held online, so it's not held physically. So during the online interview, just like my friend said, she put some sticky notes around the laptop to make sure that she does not being obvious when she was looking at the notes. So that's the difference. But for the physical interview, let's say this year we have physical interview. I think it's not advisable to bring notes because they want to look whether you can think on your own feet or not. So yeah. So any more questions? All right, so the second question is, how many panels will be there during the interview session? So there are 3 to 4 panels in the interview. For my session, 3 of them are from the higher ups of YTN, includes the vice chairman of the YTN, and sometimes the chairman itself will interview you. And for the 4th interviewer during my session, it's the lecturer of Data Science and Analytics of Unit 10 in University Tenaga Nasional. So there are 3 to 4 interviewers, and the lecturer of the intended course that you want to study, I think they will be there during the interview. Right, so the next question is, will we have to write any essays for the application? So there is no essays at all for the application. The application is quite straightforward. You just have to fill in the information and then wait to be shortlisted, and then you have to do an introductory video of yourself and just attend the interview. There is one test. It's just a personality test instead of intelligence test. And also, yeah, there is no essays at all. And then next question is from Azhar Fahmi. Is there any course that is more prioritized by YTN to be selected? So honestly, I'm not sure. But based on this year's case, from the trend, it seems that engineering is more prioritized by YTN, because if we look at the proportion of scholars, they advertised there are multiple courses, right? But the quota for engineering is much more than the quota for, let's say, accountancy and data science. Like during my year, it's like threefold. So yeah, I think there is some prioritization by YTN because TNB needs a lot of engineers. The next question is from Izzah Zairul. Will we be able to choose which country we want to pursue our degree in? During the application process, yes, we can choose which country we want to go during the application process. But then if you manage to secure an offer, inshallah you will be selected for what you want. But if you don't, they will offer you some other countries. The next question is from Ayn Rizwan. Do we have chances of changing course after getting the scholarship? Unfortunately, we can't do that. You can't do that. Once you have signed the agreement, you cannot change your course. For instance, for me, I'm taking data science and analytics, so I can't change my course after a year of A-level study. I can't do that. So the main reason for that is because they are planning for you what to do when you were absorbed in TNB. So that's why you can't simply change the course, because they have planned for you. Question from Christina. May I ask? I just filled the application form for YTN, but when I want to apply for the overseas program, it said that I'm not qualified for that. So how can I feel for that? So this is like one of the features of the portal. If you are not qualified for the minimum requirement to apply for the program, you aren't able to apply and also to find the program from the portal. So I guess you have to. I guess you cannot go for the next stage for this one. Yep, some other questions. So I guess there is no more questions. Since there are no questions, we'll just end the Q&A session here. So if you have any other inquiries, feel free to contact me on Instagram. Yep, and thank you for watching.
Hi everyone, hello, welcome to Yayasan Khazanah session. I'm Kavina Murali and today I'm joined here with my friend Intan. I'm Kavina Murali, an aspiring engineer. I'm currently doing my A-levels at College Yayasan UEM. My subject combo here is double maths, physics, chemistry. It's the starter pack for engineers. My principle in life is that the best way to learn is to be humble. It takes a considerable amount of courage and perseverance to strip away your pride and start from zero.
So, hello everyone. So, my name is Intan Farhana. I'm an aspiring data scientist. So, currently I'm studying A levels also, same as Kavi. I have the same subject combo, double maths, chemistry, except that I have economics instead of physics. So, I personally believe that you must do them to the fullest in whatever you do. So, I've been holding on to this principle since I was 13 years old. So, what is YK? So, YK is a short form for Yayasan Khazanah. It is a foundation established by Khazanah Nasional Berhad, the sovereign wealth fund of the government of Malaysia, aiming to raise wealth of the national. So YK grooms talents by offering scholars to Malaysia's premium cities and also to world-renowned cities too.
Our recent seniors have managed to secure offers in amazing top universities in the US recently. For example, we have Hashatia, who got into Stanford, Karisma Wong, who got into Harvard, Adib Zafri into UC Berkeley, Hazim, who got into Johns Hopkins, and definitely Lily Awing, who got into University of Columbia. Many of our other seniors also managed to secure scholarships, secure offers in many different universities as well.
So here are some of Yayasan Khazanah subsidiaries. So there's Axiata, Malaysia Airlines, TMB, UM, CIMB, and also TM. So after you have done with your studies, you'll be working here at Yayasan Khazanah subsidiaries.
Now, Yayasan Khazanah is a branch under Khazanah Nasional that aims to give back to the community. One way is by giving scholarships to high achievers in Malaysia. Now, Khazanah provides many different scholarships like the Chevning, the Rhodes Scholarship, Khazanah Lestari, but today we're going to be focusing and exploring the scholarship opportunities for post-SPM students. There are three main pathways, actually it's two, the Khazanah Global and Khazanah Watan. Khazanah Global is mainly to further study the undergraduate degree in the UK, US, or Australia. And there is a special unique route that also leads to China. That's the Khazanah Global. As for Khazanah Watan, it is to continue your tertiary education, your undergrad, at local universities. And the list of universities, we will look at them shortly. Khazanah, as far as I know, is one of the most flexible scholarships that are out there. They offer scholarships for almost every course that you can think of. This is in engineering, business, life sciences, and also non-traditional subjects. Except for a few courses, YK does not sponsor medicine, dentistry, veterinary science, and architecture. For non-traditional subjects, there are specific subjects that usually are pursued by postgraduate students and are critical for the development of our nation, but it also applies to undergraduate to a certain extent. For example, one of our batchmates currently, a girl named Shusin, she's planning to pursue education psychology. Not many people know about this course, but then YK sees how impactful and important it is for our country, and Shusin's really passionate about it. So YK offered her a scholarship.
So here are some of the list of universities that you can think of. So all of these universities, you can see them on YK websites. So here are for UKs, and here are for US. For US, there's some like prestigious universities such as Stanford, Harvard, MIT. And next we have for Australia, Watan, and China. So Australia, there's only one. And Watan, we have a few. And there's only two for China, which is Peking and like Singapore.
This is a quick summary of what almost most of the scholars would go through, especially those who are taking the global route. After the application process, which is about 4 to 5 stages, 4 if it's Watan, 5 if you're a global scholar, once you have received your offer as a YK scholar, you'll be sent to KYUEM to complete 2 years of A-levels. After finishing A-levels, you will pursue your undergraduate degree for about 3 to 4 years, depending on the course, in whichever university you have successfully gotten an offer from. And then upon graduating, you will have to serve a bond with YK. And this will be an opportunity for you to work at some of the top companies in Malaysia and gain experience, first-hand experience.
So here are the minimum requirements that you need to apply for YK scholarships. You can also see this minimum requirement at their website, but I'm going to tell you. For the first one, you need to obtain a minimum of 8 A's, A and A plus only, without A minus in the recent SPM, or at least 8 A's in the recent IGCSE. And the next one, you need to obtain A or A plus in the following core subjects, which is BM, English, Maths, History. This is including only Maths, not additional mathematics. So next one, you are not exceeding 18 years of age at the enrollment date for the foundation studies. And lastly, you need to have strong leadership skills and active participation in extracurricular, social, or voluntary activities. So even though you don't have any extraordinary curricular activities, such as going to international competitions or like others, you can also include your voluntary activities if you're going to the orphanage, that you did some voluntary work. But it is not the things that you went to that is important, but the thing that you have experienced, the experience that you gain from whatever you do, that is the most valuable from whatever participation that you did in the past. So this is the application stages and process. So first, before you're going to the stages, you need to apply at YK website. There's a portal for you to apply. There's an application form and also essay. So for the essay, there will be a maximum of 1,000 words, and there will also be 3 questions that you need to answer in your essays in that 1,000 words. So you need to apply everything that you have experienced before and apply in your essay. The essay needs to be submitted on the portal itself. You don't need to apply any additional documents. You need to write there at the portal. What you can do is write it on another document, and then you can just copy and paste onto the website. So after you passes the first application process, you get an email from YK stating that you passed the first application process, and you'll be going for stage 1. Stage 1 is a logic, verbal, and numerical test. This one, this is a time test. There will be maths and also English questions specifically. Don't worry if you didn't answer all of them, it's basically okay, but please make sure that you answer most of them correctly. And there's around, I think around 20 questions like that. And they will also giving you a link for you to answer them. So Kavi have included a QR code there, so you can scan it, and there will be some practice tests for the logic, verbal, and numerical tasks. So next one is the personality and moral reasoning test. This one is more to questions like similar to MBTI test if you have taken it before. And this is a test for YK to know you personally, to know what type of person you are, whether you are an introvert or extrovert, and what kind of person are you. So please be truthful when answering this type of questions. Don't need to lie about yourself, just be true and portray you as yourself. The next one is a graphite test and competency-based interview. Before you're going to the actual interview, disclaimer, YK is using Skype as their platform, so please make sure that you are familiar with Skype. Just go through the Skype and which one that, so it'll be easier to use Skype when going through the interview. So the graphite test is another test that they'll be testing you about how you are behaving in the workplace. They'll be giving you a situation and there'll be 5 answers. You just need to read it from 1 to 5. For the competency-based interview, for me and Kavi, we had 2 interviewers. The first one will be asking you more on academics and stuff or regarding your school stuff, and the other one will be more personal with regarding to your families and how your relationship with others. Will be around half an hour, and it can be extended also like 40 minutes or 45 minutes. What can you do for this? For me, I list down a few of my experience in the past, and I use them as my answers for their question. Like what did I experience in the past, and then I list down and I use them for the answers for that question. There's also a QR code that Kavi give you there. That is for the graphite test instead of like, that's not for the interview, but that's for the graphite test. So for the stage 4 and stage 5, stage 4 will be grouping, And stage 5 will be another individual interview. Stage 4 is a grouping where there will be around 4%, and also around half an hour. They'll be asking you questions and you need to answer. This one with the YK management, and the last one will be with the board of trustees. So for my experience, and I had a few of technical difficulties during my interview. So please make sure that you're very familiar with Skype. So I think Harvey, you can share your experience as well.
Most of my experience was very similar to Intan's. I would just be sharing my personal advice to you guys when you're applying. For the essay, it's 1,000 words, and we had to address 3 different parts of the question. There are 3 questions. Please portray the best version of yourself, how you want the scholarship body to see you, and also how passionate you are about what you want to do. That's mainly what they want to see. For the logics, numerical, and verbal test, it's already your ability. The best thing you can do now is to just complete practice tests and similar tests. As I was preparing for other scholarships last year, like for Shell and all, Shell, I'm sure that they would have mentioned in the earlier session that it's a game-based test. So I also practiced a lot of games just to build my mind, after SPM, it's been a few months and then reapplying. So just play games, try to answer questions. The first QR code is a link to Logic's website. They have a few practice tests that you can use. The second QR code, however, it's not exactly the best way to prepare for a competency-based interview, but it gives you questions to help you reflect on what you have done in your life. And that's basically what they want to see. It's not about what you have done, it's about what you've learned from what you've done. So really take the time now as you're applying for scholarships, take time to reflect on everything that you've done. You don't have to have international co-curricular activities. You just, even if you help someone out, what did you learn from helping them? If you worked after SPM, what was the experience you gained? What did you learn from it? How did you grow as a person? That is what YK wants to see, how you have grown. The 4-stage interview was in a group, and back to the competency-based, they will be testing, I'm in stage 3 now. For the competency-based interview, they will be seeing how competent you are as an applicant. They will see like how you balance between empathy and expectation, and there'll be a few scenarios, that a few different types of perspectives that they will that they will assess you on. They will see how good you are, how good of a fit you are to YK. Interview with the YK management in stage 4 is also an extended version of stage 3. You just have to know yourself enough for you to talk about yourself. I wouldn't say it as selling yourself. I would say it as expressing yourself, showing your true self to YK. And stage 5 interview with board of trustee was honestly the most surreal thing that happened to me. I had a conversation with Tuan Haji, and honestly, he's a really inspiring person. So humble that I got a chance, and I really hope that you all get to experience stage 5 as well.
So here are the required documents for you to apply for YK. You need to have your SPM and Form 4 results, your certificate of curriculum activities that you'll be listing it down in their portal. So which activities that you list down, you need to give certificates of your activities. And there's the IC of your applicants. So parents and guardians salary slips or EA form, and also passport photos. Okay, so each of these required documents, you can see it in their website when you are going to apply later. So what are they looking for? There's seven personalities or 7 scenarios that they want for you, that they're looking for. The first one is optimizing strength of team members. Second one, intelligent and tenacious. The third one, always strive for the greatest good. And the fourth one is ability to communicate and influence. Fifth one is balance between empathy and expectation, which Kirby have mentioned before. And next is driven by greater reason for doing things. And lastly is high integrity and moral compass.
These are the few very frequently asked questions regarding the YK scholarship. They ask, what is the type of support that you will receive from YK when you receive the scholarship? YK basically covers almost everything. The full scholarships, academic fees, your living expenses, accommodation, textbooks, course books, everything. How many scholarships will be given per batch? This is not fixed because For example, the year before us, there were only 13, but in our batch, there were double the amount, $26. YK doesn't see a fixed amount. They give it to whoever deserves it and they see potential. Can you change your course after receiving scholarship? Yes, you can. YK does allow, they are flexible with this, but you have to show the passion and the academic interest and the reason why you're shifting. They won't just say okay to everything. You would have to really prove it to them that you can cope with it if you change your course and why you want to change your course. And what about am I bound to work with Khazanah once you return from studies? If yes, how long? Yes, you are bound to Khazanah Berhad. You will have to serve your bond with Khazanah. Again, don't think of this as something like, oh, I have to serve a bond, I'm stuck with them, I can't explore. No, this is an opportunity. This is a guaranteed job after graduating, and that isn't at any normal company. It's with top companies in the world, with top companies in the world, top companies in Malaysia, the government-linked companies. The opportunities at Khazanah it's limitless. It's really limitless. And how long is the bond? In YK, the bond is 1-to-1. So if you study for 1 year, you would have to serve 1 year bond. That includes 2 years of A levels here. And then if it's an engineering course, 4 years overseas, so total 6 years.
That's the end of our presentation. So you can contact me and Kavi here. There's Kavi contact information there and also my contact information there. So thank you for listening to us and all the best to our Malaysia's future leaders. We can't wait to have you in our family. So do apply to YK and you can meet us later.
Can't wait to see you all. Can't wait to meet you all in Malaysia. Please connect with me on LinkedIn. I'd love to know you all. All the best, everyone.
All the best. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, everyone. So while we're waiting for questions, I'd just like to give a very quick shout out to my friend Intan for being not only just a really awesome partner, but also because of doing such a great job at handling the technical side of this weekend's event. Thank you, Intan. I guess we'll just wait for some questions. YK has already opened their applications, and it's also the same for most other scholarships. I hope you guys already start preparing documents and start preparing to apply for these scholarships. And deadlines for most of these scholarships are around 30th of June. Well, I'm quite sure for YK it's 30th. So I really hope you all craft a really good application and send it in before the deadline. Okay, so we received the question. Hello, since there are a few stages of interviews, which do you think was the most challenging and why? You see, YK is very famously known for its 5 stages, and they say that every stage is difficult. I definitely agree with that, but it's the same for all scholarships. But personally, for me, I think the most challenging stage was stage 4, because that was the first time that I met other really amazing applicants and scholars. it was a little intimidating the first time meeting them and seeing how great of leaders they are as well. But then don't think of them as your competitors. Think of them as your future comrades, people that you're fighting with. It's a team. It's not individual. Even if you're looking for a placement in a scholarship. I think stage 4 was the most difficult, but then I'm grateful to say that most of them that were in my team are also YK scholars now, and I'm so glad to have met them. To the next question, is it okay if I accidentally slipped in a bit of Manglish during interview? I think that is totally fine. It's fine because we're all human, we do have slips. Most of the interview happens in English, and it's fine, but then I'd let you know it's fine if you try to avoid using a mix between two languages, but then if it happens, it's totally fine. During my stage 5 interview, like towards the very end, I shared a pantun with Tuan Haji and also Puan Intan. I think it's fine because Yayasan Khazanah is basically about the Khazanahs in our country, and we encourage anything that's Malaysian related, but it's mostly should be primarily in English. Thank you for the question. For the next question, may I know what is the minimum number of A's required to qualify for YK? As mentioned in the presentation earlier, it should be a mix between A's and A+, but we need 8 of them. Some of people might include an A-, might have an A- in their results, which I think should not be a reason that stops you from applying. It's fine, and just take your chance and apply, because I know this is more easier said than done, but you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take, and I learned it the hard way last year. I think you should really definitely apply, and if YK only sees academics as one way of assessing you, there are so many other things that they'll also see. So I'd say definitely apply. They will look at other aspects as well. All the rest to you. Moving on to the third part, the next question from Learning is Fun. Can you please explain more about what you've mentioned in your essay? Okay. For YK's essay specifically, the 1,000-word essay, there were 3 parts, if I'm not mistaken, that we had to tackle. It was something about, tell us something about yourself, if I'm not mistaken, about the course you're studying and why you're passionate about this course, or something like that, because I think that's how I structured my essay. So the first part of it, you don't have to include the basic details that they already have in the application. Tell them something that they don't know about you, or I started off with like, oh, my passion in physics developed when I first took part in this competition, or when I first learned about this concept. And then I talked about what I like, what kind of person I am, rather than the fixed details of who I am. Later on, I developed from there, and I said, oh, because of this interest that I had, I took part in other stuff related to this. I seek more knowledge, and overall how this learning experience made me decide that I want to pursue this on a deeper level. And then as I was moving on, I didn't sort of say that, oh, I think I deserve a scholarship because I have this. But instead, I showed them. It's a lot of showing, not telling. I showed them how I possess the leadership qualities, my experience being head prefect in school for 3 years, my working experience, what I've gained through this, how I wish to develop this further and give back to my country. And then I mentioned, like, what better way to do this than through YK itself, right? The people who are striving to make our country a better place. So that's something that I included in my essay. For the next part, from Sophia, since YK asks for Form 4 examination slip as well, does it mean that there are minimum grade requirements for past examinations as well, and not just SPM? No, they only look at your SPM results for the application stage 2, stage 1. Getting your Form 4 grade might only help them see how much you've progressed over the years. It isn't something that they will look at only. It's just something for them to like have the record. Oh, from Form 4, this person has been like this, and now in SPM they're like this. It's not the thing that's going to solely define who you are. There isn't the minimum grade for Form 4. It's totally fine whatever grades you got then. They just want to see your SPM results, and then after SPM, what would the experience, like besides SPM, what other experiences that you've had and what you've learned from. Okay, and we have our last question. If I got 4B+, should I apply YK scholarship? Again, as I mentioned earlier, we do not know. I mean, you see, the minimum requirement is definitely 8 A's, which is a mixture of A's and A+, but I would not discourage you from applying. For me, I've learned a lot through the application process from the scholarships that I applied for last year. It's not about the end result, but it's also about the journey that you learn a lot from. And I think that you should definitely apply. Who knows? YK might just see how good you are in other aspects as well, and then they might take you. It's not something that I'm promising or guaranteeing you, because I'm not part of the YK committee that that's involved in scholarships. I'm just encouraging you to apply, but also do not take my word for it that you will get into stage 1. I'm encouraging you to apply, and if you get, you should continue, definitely. And it's not only for YK, it's for every other scholarship as well. Do not miss any opportunities. Oh, thank you, Kamal. Thank you, everyone. I really wish you all the best. And I really hope to see the young leaders of Malaysia very, very soon. Thank you all. All the best in your application.
And hi. My name is Ilham.
And I'm Azim.
And we are honored to represent PMB for this year's BASE Initiative program.
For this year's program, we will cover 3 main themes. Number 1, what is PNB? Number 2, why become a PNB scholar? And finally, the third one, how to become a PNB scholar.
But before we dive deep into these questions, here are some facts about us. So as you know, I'm Ilham, and I'm currently an A-level student at KYUEM, and I aspire to pursue a degree in philosophy, politics, and economics.
Likewise, I'm a student at College Yayasan UEM, and I aim to pursue a degree in economics. So to start off, what is PNB? Well, PNB stands for Pemodalan Nasional Berhad and is one of the largest fund management companies in Malaysia. PNB's portfolio covers all sorts of sectors, be it in global equities or in the domestic market itself. Malaysians usually save up a portion of their monthly incomes and put it into their ASNB account to be later on invested in other companies that are managed or determined by PNB behind the scenes. So essentially what PNB does is they use the money from Malaysia's ASNB account to invest in other companies they deem to be profitable. Then after a given time, they will give back a percentage of amount back to you, regardless whether it made profits or not. So that's the beauty of PNB. It gives Malaysians a safe place to not just keep your money, but also a way to multiply them. These are among the many types of account offered by PNB. So you have the more prominent ones, ASB, ASM, and ASN. So in the next slide, you could see a few of the companies that are owned by PNB. In other terms, PNB has the most shares in these companies. So among them is Malaysia's very own Maybank, you have Sime Darby, Maxis, Tenaga Nasional, and so many more. So clearly by now, you could tell that PNB is a large and prestigious company that is known all over Malaysia and internationally. Now, with that being said, why should one become a PNB scholar? What is it about PNB's Global Scholarship Award that makes it so tantalizing? Well, I'll tell you just that. So number 1, you'd have a chance to obtain world-class education. Right off the bat after SPM, you'll be placed in the best A-levels college in Malaysia, College Yayasan UEM, at which Ilham and I are now just finishing our first year. After completing your A-levels here, with hopefully excellent results, you could have a shot at continuing your studies at a top university in either United States, United Kingdom, or Australia. And believe me when I say this, under PNB, all of the top universities are within your capabilities. You might also be wondering, in the future, should I, as a scholar and a student, be studying 24/7? Should I make my life all about books, studying and exams? Well, the answer is yes and no. The thing about PNB is that they try to support their scholars in every way possible. And I mean it. I mean every way possible. They take good care of their scholars. They provide monthly allowances. They pay for your books so you don't have to. And let me tell you something. Books that are used for A-levels are not cheap. As Ilham, they are super expensive. So PNB pays them for you. Being a PNB scholar, you will never have to be concerned about anything related to your life as a student, as you have the care and attention from the supportive staffs of PNB's education department. Whatever concerns or questions that you have, they are just a phone call or WhatsApp text away. So PNB acknowledges how hard and stressful uni applications are. So they provide us with Exam Learning, a company that specializes in uni applications. They help us with essentially everything that has to do with our uni application, from personal statements to portfolio building. Other students would pay for these classes with Exam Learning, but not scholars of PNB. Scholars of PNB would not have to be concerned about finding work after completing their studies. They are all bonded by PNB for at least 8 years, in which they could acquire the skills of an investment analyst while also specializing in their chosen field of studies. Now, moving on, I'll pass the baton to Ilham. Ilham, take it away.
All right, thank you, Azim. So let's move on to the next slide. So one of the most important things that you have to decide after SPM is, what should my ambition be? What course should I pursue? And thankfully, PNB has a lot to offer. Okay, let's go on to the next slide. So with the exception of medicine, pharmacy, and dentistry, all applicants are able to choose any course as long as it relates back to PNB's core investments. In this table, as you can see on the slide, are some of the courses that have been pursued by PNB scholars in the past: actuarial science, accounting, economics, engineering, law, risk management, and so many more, as long as it relates back to PNB's core investments. Though it is important to note that all scholars, irrespective of their chosen course, will initially serve the bond period as an investment analyst. Let's move on to the next slide then. So, inshallah, let's say you succeed to get good results for A-levels in KY, and it's time to fly, right? So where can I do my undergraduate degree? Okay, so the next slide. So these are some of the best unis in the world. You might recognize some of them, you might not, but trust me when I say that they are truly some of the best in the world. And as a PNB scholar, you won't only have the opportunity to apply to them, but if you study hard enough and work hard enough, you will be able to study at one of them. All right, so I'll pass back on to Azim.
Okay, so the next slide, please. Now, with all that information by Ilham, one big question still remains. How do I become a PNB scholar? So before I begin, just an FYI, the people in the picture that you see on the slide now are all PNB scholars of 2021, me and Ilham's batch. This was taken on the day PNB held a virtual event to formally welcome us to the PNB family and present us our offer letters. If it not for COVID, this event will be held physically at a super nice hotel along with dinner. So do hope that for your batch, this event will be held physically. So back to the agenda. Before you can even apply for PNB scholarship, you must ask yourself whether you are eligible to apply or not. So number one, the most important thing is that you have to obtain a minimum of 8 A's in your SPM. Do note that an A- does not count as an A, so only A's and A+. For your English 1119 GCSEO, you should obtain a minimum level of 2A. This English 1119 is often located at your SPM results slip, so do look for it. Your age should also not exceed 19 years old this year. It is best if you could also be active in other aspects besides academic, such as sports, or if you have joined any activities with NGOs. So essentially, you should have a good soft skill coming into the scholarship application. So maybe you should work on that beforehand. PNB also looks for those who display good leadership qualities, communication skills, and is a team player. So keep in mind that PNB does not look for those who are just academic centric, but they prefer a more holistic student. So I'll be passing on to Ilham to further explain how the application process goes.
All right, thank you, Azim. Let's move on to the next slide. Okay, so for the PMB application process, there are 4 stages. The first stage is, of course, you have to fill up the application form, which you can obtain on PMB's website, and submit it through email with the required documents, all right? Keep in mind about that. Stage 2. So there's this weird thing that might sound alien to you. It's called the critical reasoning test battery assessment. It sounds very complicated and complex, but basically it consists of 3 tests: verbal reasoning, numerical, and inductive reasoning tests. For the third stage, we have an interview session, and it'll be held in groups of 4, but you'll be answering the questions as an individual. And lastly, the 4th stage, you have to attend the occupational personality questionnaire. You have to attend a group presentation session in the form of a debate or a forum. And lastly, you have to submit a 20-second self-introductory video. I'll pass it on to Azim.
Yeah, so for the next slide, me and Ilham, we prepared a few tips for those applying to PNB. So these are a few tips that we wish we would have beforehand before we apply. So we pass it on to you guys. So number 1, always check your email inbox, including spam, because a friend of mine got his offer letter at his spam section of the email. So imagine if he missed that, which he didn't, of course. So imagine if he missed that, it would be such a huge loss. So please do check the spam side of your email also. And the next one is something that me and Ilham couldn't stress enough, is that you should always choose a course that you're passionate about. So do take advantage of PNB's leniency towards all the courses that are offered. So always choose the course that you are most passionate about, so that you will not be burdened by the courses later on in the future. So there are a lot of options that are given to you. So choose the one that you really love the most, not the ones that you are forced to by your families or friends. And lastly, you should always do a task checklist so that you could see whether you have done those things that you wanted to or not. So because we humans, we make mistakes, so it is good if you have task checklist, especially with PNB, because they requires a lot of documents that needed to be emailed to them. So you should always have a task checklist so that you won't miss any important documents. And for the assessment and test, you should search for the test on Google, and also conduct practice tests before sitting for the actual test by PNB itself. Because I know in this case, it has helped me and Ilham a lot, because we did a lot of tests online, research all these kind of tests online, and we did all those tests. And usually those tests will come out again in the PNB's test. I'm not saying that it's similar, but it is almost the same, because it's the same style of questions. So over the time, you'll get used to it. You should also try to conduct an actual test in a calm and quiet environment. This is to simulate the actual situation for when you sit for the actual test itself. And another tip that I almost forgot is that you should always write formally in your emails, because with PNB, it's a little bit unique, I would say, than other scholarship, because it requires you to be in contact with the education department of PNB via email. So please write formally, mind your wording, use proper sentences, proper formal sentences, because you're not talking to your friends, you are talking to the education department staff of PNB itself. So please mind your words.
All right, thank you, Azim. So here are some tips for the interview. Interviews are like the scariest part, I believe, for many people. I think Azim can agree. I would say the same too. One of the things that really helps a lot would be to do more interviews beforehand with your parents, siblings, or friends. And basically, even though it's called mock interviews, try to treat it as a real interview so that you could really like practice how to answer the questions properly in a formal manner and answer correctly. All right. And one of the important questions that they will ask during the first interview would be how your course relate to PMB's business. Okay. So yes, betul. Choose all the course that you want, which you're passionate about. Okay, we support that 100%. But you got to tell us how that relates back to PMB. Okay, because at the end of the day, PMB wants to move forward into the future. And you have to convince them that this course would truly help them. All right. And current issues such as the rising inflation or the worsening currency exchange rate, these are issues that are very important to PMB's business, right? So you got to do research about these issues beforehand because they might even ask you about these questions during the first interview, and later on, maybe during a debate or a forum, you have to really go dive deep and explain to them A to Z why this happened, why that happens. All right. And I think last but not least, self-reflection is very important. Okay, because the last thing that PMB wants is people who not only frame themselves as a false identity in terms of the documents that they submit, but in their personality. So during the interview, they show themselves as this way. During the second interview, show themselves in the other way. So like, it's very important that you be consistent with who you are. And that's why it's important that before you attend interview, you do more interviews. Before you do the questionnaire, right? You got to really know what are your values, what are your achievements, what are your goals. So that way, when you answer questions by the interviewers, they can see consistency in you. They know that you are being truthful and not just making up stuff along the way. All right, so let's go to the final slide whereby we have our Instagram accounts. If you have any questions to ask, I'll pass on to Azim. Any more advice, Azim?
Yeah, just to add on Ilham's last point about the interview, one thing that I would say and target on the most is that you should always present yourself, the best version of yourself, instead of a version that you imagine yourself to be. Now understand this word properly. Present yourself in the best version of yourself, but not the version that you want yourself to be. Don't be someone else that you think someone could get the scholarship. Just be yourself, but the best version of yourself. All the bad qualities of yourself, you could put behind a bit and just bring out the best version of yourself instead of creating a new version of yourself that you are just using for this interview and for the scholarship, because they could see right through you. I mean, they have done a lot of interviews before. They have filtered a number of people, a number of batches before this. They have over 20 batches of scholars, so they are very experienced in this kind of fields. So do present the best version of yourself. Basically what I'm trying to say is that don't become an imposter. Stay close to your heart, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
So
we wish you all the very best. Right?
Yep.
And if there are any questions, just ask us on Instagram or right after this. All right. Thank you so much for listening. Take care.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. So first off, before we move on to the Q&A session, me and Ilham would like to clarify a few things. So number one, there's a few major changes towards PNB's application process. So the first one would be that it's no longer using an Excel sheet, the one we mentioned in our slides before. So during our time, we were still using the Excel sheet, but now PNB has moved on towards a portal. So you guys can just fill in all the informations in the portal itself. So don't be concerned about it being too difficult or too hard, because it's much easier. Believe me, I've seen it. Okay. So now I'll pass it on to Ilham.
All right. Thank you, Azim. So there's a second update, which is that to follow this year's SPM English language grading system, we no longer use 1119. We're going to use CEFR, and the minimum grade that you have to achieve is B2. All right. Okay. And the third update is that as part of your application, there's going to be an essay, and whereby you have to write about an experience during your schooling life that had the biggest impact on you. I know that essays can be scary for some people. It was for me, but still, like, I would advise you to take this opportunity to share more about yourself, and hopefully it can differentiate you from other candidates in a positive way. All right, so let's get started on the first question. All right, so first question, is GCE O equivalent to CEFR? Azim, you want to answer this?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, as you may know, our batch still uses the GCEO. So I mean, your batch uses a different system altogether. I wouldn't say it's exactly the same, but it has its similarities, I would say. So it's all inside the PNB's portal. So you guys just hop onto the portal, and then they'll match up what the grades equivalent are. So you guys just check it out, okay? It's all in the portal, so don't be concerned about that. Okay, so the next question, I'll give this to Ilham. So are there any resources or news outlet you recommend for applicants that are in interest of PNB? What do you say, Ilham? What's your comment on this?
All right. Actually, I don't have a specific website, but what I did last year was that I just searched the news, the Star, the Edge, or even international news like NY Times, Wall Street Journal. So it doesn't have to be a specific website. Just search on the news and try to gather as much information as possible. But make sure it's credible news, all right? Not fake news, all right? So I think that's very important. All right. Okay, then I'll ask the next question for you, Azim.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll just add one more thing to the previous question. Yeah, also you guys can also go to PNB's portfolio report. Usually every end of the year they'll have a report about PNB's investment, and all the things that PNB did for that year. So you guys can just baca the whole thing, because it will always come out during the interview. So I've had friends who got questions based on the report itself. So you can imagine if you didn't go through the report, so how could you answer the question? They always gonna ask specific questions like how much is PNB's asset under management for the year of 2018, perhaps. So you guys should look into that also. So yeah, Ilham, you wanna ask the next question?
Yeah, agreed. Okay, next question. May I know what websites can I refer to if I want to do the practice test?
It's actually a good question. And the answer to that is, there is no certain website that you can go, like there's not one specific website. It's basically all the same websites as you would go from Shell for the Khazanah application process. So there's like a lot of websites out there. You just go and find one for yourself. Bear in mind that most of these websites do not have the same format of testing. So you might want to explore all this and see which one suits you, because I can't recommend a single one to you because you might not be familiar with it in the first place. Yeah. Anything to add, Ilham?
Just to add on a bit, so the name of the test, for example, is inductive reasoning. Copy paste, put inside Google. And then inshallah, the results will be as close as possible. All right? Okay.
Yeah. So for the next question, can you explain once more about how the scholars are going to serve the bond for PNB after graduating? Now, Ilham, what's your comment on this?
Okay, yeah, I guess this is a big question, even for us scholars right now. Like, what does it really look like? But basically, it's like this. If you pursue a course in sciences, right, when you first come back to PNB, you'll be trained to become an investment analyst first. But then after a few years, you can go back to specialize in those fields that you have pursued before. So for example, we have a friend who's doing biotech right now, and she will first become an investment analyst, then she can continue forward with biotech. So yeah, hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah,
right? If there's anything, just ask more. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, one thing I might add is that, you might be wondering why did PNB do this? Like, is it going to be wasted? For example, if you're gonna major in biology, for example, and then you come back to Malaysia and then you're gonna be an investment analyst. Now, me and Ilham, we had the same question also coming into this scholarship, and we get the answer, which is they want a variety of perspective to be then used for PNB to invest in certain departments. You might have, like me and Ilham, were in the same major, which is economics, and we have friends who's major in biology, in physics, in chemistry. So imagine all of these different minds. They're gonna be analyzing things from different perspectives. So this could eventually help PNBs in their investment. Yeah.
All right, so I guess that's all the time we have for now. If you have any more questions, put them into the chat box. We'll respond. If tak sempat sekarang, just go message us through IG. All right. We wish you all the very best. Take care and thank you. See you.
Yep. Thank you guys. All the best.
Hi everyone, and salam sejahtera. Welcome to Bank Negara Malaysia Kijang Scholarship Application Guide. We are the representative from Kijang Scholar, and my name is Surin. And alongside with me is my lovely friend Hitni. She's down there. Say hi to Hitni. So both of us will help you guys in your journey applying for scholarship, specifically Kijang Scholarship under the prestigious Bank Negara Malaysia. So without further ado, we shall start. So first of all, my name is Surin Shaisuwan Nalakwisut, and I know some of you guys might think that I am a Malay and a Muslim, but I am actually not. I am a Thai and a Buddhist. So basically, people in Malaysia call us Siam. So sebenarnya saya berbangsa Siam, and currently I am studying in College Yayasan UEM, taking A-levels under the sponsorship of Bank Negara Malaysia, and I am planning to pursue computer science in the UK or in the US. And for my A-level subject combination, it is economics, physics, and double math.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Hedini binti Muhammad Hanif, and it's a pleasure to meet everyone. So I'm planning to read economics, hopefully in the States or in the United Kingdom. And I'm also doing my A-levels at College Yayasan UEM together with Surin. I actually have every class with Surin since we have this subject combination of econs, physics, and double maths together.
Lovely, Hitni. So we shall start with the introduction of the sponsor itself, which is Bank Negara Malaysia. So I know a lot of you already heard about Bank Negara Malaysia, but I will explain briefly about BNM. So basically, Bank Negara Malaysia or BNM is the Central Bank of Malaysia. It is not a typical bank such as Maybank or Bank Rakyat because BNM oversees all the others bank in Malaysia. So the others function of BNM is to formulate and conduct monetary policy, to issue currency in Malaysia, and to hold and manage Malaysia's foreign reserve. So if you guys wanted to know more about Bank Negara Malaysia, you guys can just simply go to BNM official website and read from there. Simple, right? And one fun fact of Bank Negara Malaysia is that if you guys look on the Malaysian ringgit note, whether it is 1 ringgit or 5 ringgit, you guys can see it is written there the sentence of Bank Negara Malaysia. So basically, Bank Negara Malaysia is the one who controls the ringgit Malaysia currency and controls the money in Malaysia. It's pretty interesting, right? So now I will pass on to Hitni.
Thank you, Surin. Now on to the scholarship body's minimum requirements. So what are the minimum requirements each applicant must have in order to apply for the Bank Negara scholarship? So firstly, your grades. You must have excellent examination results, which is a minimum of 8 A's, which consists of A's and A+ only obtained for your SPM examination. And yes, Bank Negara will only observe your SPM results and none other than that. Secondly, your background. To apply for the Bank Negara scholarship, you must have strong leadership qualities, high teamwork capabilities, and you must not exceed 19 years of age when applying. So how will the bank obtain this information? Well, during the application process, while you submit your documents and the certificates, the bank will evaluate your activities, your societies, and all the sports that you've joined throughout high school. Then they will see whether or not you fulfill these criteria. So for example, if you were a prefect during high school, then that portrays leadership. And if you, for example, was a part of your school's rugby team, then that shows that you have high teamwork capabilities, and etc. And lastly, your extracurriculars. To generalize, you must have outstanding extracurricular activities, exceptional interpersonal and communication skills. But, and I would like to emphasize this, please do not be discouraged if you feel as if you're not as good as everybody else, or as if your extracurriculars are not as impressive as others. Just try your luck, because you really miss all of the shots that you don't take. So don't forget to apply.
Well done, Hitney. So we will move on to the pathways that Bank Negara Malaysia offers. So if you guys are awarded with the Kijang Scholarship, you guys are given the choice to choose which pre-university education you guys wanted to continue, whether you guys wanted to take A-levels or Australian matriculation or international baccalaureate. So for our batch, all of us take A-levels. And you guys are also given the privilege to choose 1 out of 6 colleges in Malaysia. You guys can see it in the slides, which is College Tuanku Jaafar, College Yayasan UEM, TELUS, Nexus, Epsom, and Sunway. And for Sunway, you guys can choose whether you guys wanted to go to the Sunway in Johor Bahru or Sunway College in Bandar Sunway. Since Bank Negara Malaysia are not just looking for scholars, they are also looking for employees. So the courses available for Kijang Scholarship are only the one that caters to bank's need. So for example, our economics, mathematics, data science, computer science, law, and others. So unfortunately, there are no engineering and medicine type of courses available in Kijang Scholarship. And next, if you guys manage to finish your pre-university education, you guys can apply for universities listed by Bank Negara Malaysia, whether it is in the UK, USA, or Australia. So basically, Bank Negara Malaysia did not just choose any random good universities all around the world, but Bank Negara Malaysia choose the best universities for each courses in each country. So for example, there are a lot of good universities in Bank Negara Malaysia list. For example, there is Oxford, Cambridge, Harvard, Stanford, MIT, and others. So that's it.
Okay, so here are some important things that you have to note since they're included in the scholarship agreement. So first of all, next slide, please. The bond length. So each scholar will have a bond together with the bank. So for example, 1 year of study will require 2 years of service. In my experience, let's take it as an example, 2 years of pre-university studies in College Yayasan UEM, together with 4 years of degree studies, will lead to me having a 12-year bond with the bank. So if I were to break this bond, or if other Bank Negara scholars were to break this bond, then we are going to face severe circumstances since it is also included in the contract of the scholarship agreement. Next, the fees covered by the bank. The bank will cover your college tuition fees, your monthly allowances, your yearly sports equipment allowance, your laptop allowance, and also your boarding allowance. All of this will be covered by the bank fully. And lastly, the bank's expectations for each scholar, at least for the pre-university level, is that each scholar must be accepted into top universities in the United Kingdom, United States of America, or Australia, which was shown by Surin just a minute ago. And each scholar must meet the minimum grade requirements for each pre-university study that they take. So for example, for A-level students, we must meet a minimum of 3 A's. It will be different for IB students, and it will also be different for Australian matriculation students.
Okay, thanks, Sydney. Now we will move on to the application process for Kijang Scholarship. So first and foremost, the first one is essay and application. So around 20 days after SPM result day, the application window for Kijang Scholarship will be open, and you guys can check it on the BNM official websites. And in the websites, you guys are requested to fill in your personal information and prepare some documents needed, such as your SPM results and your IC copies. And you guys are also requested to write a 500-word essay. So basically, after you guys already prepared all of these things, then you guys will submit all of these things all together. And the second one is video submission and psychometric assessment. So after the bank had reviewed your essays and your application, shortlisted applicants will be given around 5 days to make a video. And the length of the video is around 1.5 minutes, and the video topics will be given by the banks. So at this moment, you guys should unleash your best creativity and show the best of yourself to make the video more interesting and more impressive, right? And one of my experience is that I even sang in my opening, in the opening of my video with my guitar. I play my guitar while singing to make the video look more impressive and interesting to the interviewer. And the next one is the psychometric assessment. So you guys need to answer a simple psychometric assessment. That's it. And the last one is Kijang Academy. So basically, when you guys already submit your essay, your application, the video, and the psychometric assessment, then you guys will join the Kijang Academy. The Kijang Academy insisted of group and individual interview. So the day after the video submission, you will be given a case study. So for the group interview, there will be 2 parts. The first part is for the icebreaker, and the second part is the case study. So basically, for the case study, you guys will be given some time to discuss with your teammates and to make a presentation about to solve the problem of the case study and present it to the interviewer. And the interviewer will ask you guys some questions, and you guys need to answer it. And at that moment, you guys should show a good leadership skills, should show a good teamwork, and be friendly. And please don't be too assertive. That's our advice. And for the individual interview, it is a normal interview. You guys will be interviewed by 3 interviewers. That's it. So that's the application process for Kijang Scholarship.
All right. Now listen well, everyone. Here are some very personal tips from me and my batchmates. So me and Surin actually did a Google form where we asked our friends from the Negara Scholarship to give their experience and then share their advices for you guys. So I've simplified them into a few points here. And then you can see 2 main questions. So the first question, which is a very common question actually, which is what kind of person is Negara looking for? So firstly, you have to understand that there will never be a specific type of person that the bank is looking for. Each scholar is very diverse and very different, and we thrive from that. But if you were to ask me to state the similarities between Negara scholars, I think I can state 3. So first of all, Negara scholars are true to our values and beliefs. So these values and beliefs may be different. I may find different things are more valuable than other things. But each and every one of us hold on to our life principles, whatever they may be. Secondly, Negara scholars are very passionate in the things that we love. So Suri may be passionate in volleyball. I may be passionate in basketball. And I believe that, we believe that passion is something that is very ideal, not just for a scholar, but also for a future Negara employee. And lastly, team player with a strong sense of purpose. Negara scholars are often known for their unitedness and how we are very easy to work with. So it's something that we're very proud of, and we're glad to showcase that to the world. So the second question is, based on those characteristics, how should you prepare for the interview? So first of all, we believe that the bank values honesty. The reason why we say this is because, I personally think that there is a charm to being vulnerable to someone, especially like an interviewer, for example. Like, for you to own up to what you know and own up to what you don't know takes so much courage, and it's something that the bank appreciates a lot. So do keep that in mind before your interview. Secondly, learn about yourself. You may note that, bank is looking for a team player. So you may want to say that you're a team player, but you don't know about yourself. What makes you think that you're a team player? What did you do to showcase that? What did you feel while you were a part of a team? So ask yourself personal questions. Know your strengths, your weaknesses, your value, your purpose in life. All these things can help build your confidence and aid you during individual interviews. And lastly, be prepared for Negara and course-related questions. This is because the interview questions vary. Some of us got very professional questions which revolved around the bank and the course that we're planning to pursue. But For me, my personal experience was quite different, quite the opposite. And I think Surin's experience was also quite the opposite. We got very personal questions, questions that were like, I want to get to know you. What's your favorite food kind of question. So just do your research on the bank. What does the bank do? What is the bank's goals and visions? And also research about your course. Why you're interested in this course. What does your course do and how can your course contribute to the bank, etc. And our last advice for you is to practice group interviews. So invite your friends for a short video call and then ask each other questions in a group interview setting. And from there, you can practice to not be too assertive during group interviews. The reason why this is important is because it can showcase your leadership, and also it shows that how you're tolerable and how you can work with other people. And also that you can give chances to other people to showcase their thoughts and their opinions as well. And that's something that the bank values a lot, especially in a work setting or even like just for a scholar simply. It's something very ideal to have. So I think that's all that we have to share with you guys. So thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, Sydney. So that's it, guys. That's it, guys. So thank you and good luck for your application of your scholarship. So if you guys have any question, you guys can just simply DM us in our Instagram, and good luck. Thank you.
All the best.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. So first of all, me and Surin would like to apologize because we're actually both down with COVID. We're both COVID positive. So if we sound a little bit off, then we really hope you excuse us, but we'll try our best to answer all of your questions that you have for us.
I think Hidni, maybe you can like add on about the new update about the Bank Negara Malaysia. Yeah.
Sure. So while we wait for questions, actually, at this instance, at this moment, Bank Negara Malaysia did a live stream explaining about the 2022 Kijang Scholarship application. So there are a few new updates that were different from our year. So first of all, I think the most important update is that Surin mentioned something about Kijang Academy, right? So for our year, it was conducted online, but Bank Negara stated that it's going to be done physically at Kijang Academy. So that is a very important update. And another important update is about the essay. For our year, our essays were not timed, but for your year, it is actually timed. So please do keep that in mind before you submit your essay. So Surin, maybe you can take the first question.
Yeah, so the first question is, may I ask either one of you why you guys chose Bank Negara as your scholarship as opposed to other scholarship? And to be honest, actually, Bank Negara is the only scholarship that I get. And Hidni, are you the same?
Yeah, actually, I got a few scholarships, but they weren't as big as Bank Negara.
Yeah, so basically, Bank Negara is the only one scholarship that I get. So I think Bank Negara Malaysia choose us rather than we choose them. I guess so. Yeah.
But like if I were to compare Bank Negara with other scholarships, I would actually consider Bank Negara more if I were, for example, given the option to choose between Bank Negara or other scholarships. Well, mainly because I think that my purpose to applying for the Bank Negara scholarship is because I wanted to serve the nation in any way I could, because my career ambitions quite different from being a doctor to being a lawyer. And then I noticed that they all revolved around me wanting to help the country in a way, help other people in a way. And then I noticed that if I applied to be an economist at Bank Negara Malaysia, I could directly impact other people's lives, creating policies that could give an immediate impact to these people. So that's one of the reasons I chose Bank Negara also.
And to add on, like my courses that I wanted to pursue is computer science, and of course, like there is no other better place for like computer science students or computer science employee to like work rather than Bank Negara, where we can help Bank Negara to improve their cybersecurity and so on and so forth. And for me, based on like the other scholarships such as Petronas, Shell, PNB, and so on, I think Bank Negara suits my course that I wanted to pursue very well. That's why I chose Bank Negara.
Okay, for the next question, will you recommend a person who is not interested in maths to apply for this scholarship? Funny enough, I'm also not a very mathematically inclined person, but I'm planning to pursue economics, right? So I would say that I would recommend you to apply because like interests can change, you know. You may think you don't like maths now, but then you may grow to love it, and then you may realize that, oh, you actually have a thing for it. But other than that, I would say that there are so many other sectors. For example, I'm talking about my course lah. There are so many other sectors to economics that doesn't revolve around maths. For example, you have behavioral economics or developmental economics, where other people like actuaries will handle the maths for you. So yes, I would recommend you to still apply even if you're not mathematically inclined, but it also depends on your course.
Any more questions, guys? Feel free to ask.
Oh, in the meantime, I would also like to emphasize a few things. If you're not aware yet, Bank Negara allows you to apply for 2 courses. So for my case, I applied for economics and data science. But when applying, you should be aware that although you are given the choice when you receive the Bank Negara scholarship, although you are given the choice to choose wherever in the world you want to go, be it the UK, US, or Australia, some courses do not allow that. So for example, my friend who is taking actuarial science, she can only apply to UK universities. She cannot apply to US universities because the bank already filters which universities for each course you have to go to. So do keep that in mind before applying.
So the next question is, if I got one of the courses that I applied for, can I change to another one later on? Yes, but it depends. Like one of my friends already changed his courses from computer science to economics. So I think you need to have like a very, very good reason for you to change from any courses. So the answer is yes. But our advice is you guys should think properly first before you apply for the scholarship, what courses you want to take, because if you guys wanted to change it later, it will be a bit difficult because you need to write an email and so on and so forth. So think wisely before you apply.
Next question. So can I take a double major? Well, sorry, excuse me. So what I meant by applying for two courses is not actually a double major, because you double major when you enter university, right? So what I meant was during the application process, you're allowed to choose 2 courses, and then the bank will give you either one, which one they deem suitable for you. So if you want to double major, you are allowed to, but that is for what happens in university. So for example, I know some of my seniors are taking computer science alongside economics. So you are allowed to do that, but it's not technically for the pre-university level, and it's still a long way to go. So yeah.
Okay, so the last question is, could you elaborate more about the time essay writing? Are we not allowed to have it proofread, do research since it's time? So we already checked like the new application process for the Negara Malaysia's Kijang scholarship, and for the essay, if you guys already started to enter the essay page, you guys cannot like go back to the previous page and so on. That's why if you guys already go to the essay page, you guys need to write all the essays first and then continue. Yeah. Anything to add on?
But actually the questions that for the essays are actually the same as last year, and I believe that some of the questions are already leaked online. So I can help, or maybe you can do some research on the essay questions that are going to be given, but they're actually the same as last year's essay questions, but it's in a different format. It's an email format where you have to write an email for Bank Negara. And then the word limit also changed from 500 words to 600 words. So that's also a different change. But what we would recommend you to do is that do research on past questions for the past BNM questions, and then maybe draft a bit and then ask your English teacher or any of your good seniors to proofread them first. And then when you start, you can immediately copy and paste or probably write it down again if they don't allow you to leave the website, which I'm not that sure about. But that is one of the tips that we can give to you, because there are a lot of new changes this year. I think they're going to be very rigid and strict about the application process, but please don't be discouraged about anything, because anyone from anywhere can get this scholarship. So to clarify once more, you can do research on it. It is very advisable for you to do research on it, because the assessors will know if you pretend to know things, if you try and lie, because these assessors are very professional and very good at their own field. So please do your research and try as best as possible to impress these assessors. So yes, the end of the Q&A session. If there are any other questions, do feel free to DM me and Sime on Instagram. We already gave you our contacts in the previous slide. And we wish you all the best for your scholarship applications, and we hope to see you at Bank Negara Malaysia.
Good luck. Bye.
Welcome to Yayasan Peneraju. My name is Mika Azril. My friend name is Mirza. Well, we'll be having a scholarship session about Yayasan Peneraju, Pendidikan Bumi Putra. The motto of Yayasan Peneraju, Pendidikan Putra is merealisasikan aspirasi. My name is Mika Azril. I just finished ACFIA and currently studying at Sunway College. While my friend here will be introducing himself.
So hello, my fellow friends. My name is Mirza Farid. So I am 19 years old. I also a student in Sunway College. Currently I'm taking ACCA FIA. I also, like Mika, just finished my FIA program.
Well, let's talk about Yayasan Peneraju. We'll see. The first thing is Yayasan Peneraju wants to improve the quality, quantity, and effectiveness of Bumi Putra talents. The second thing is they aim to strengthen Bumi Putra capacity by building globally. They don't want Bumi Putra talents to be only recognized locally, but internationally. They want to transform Bumi Putra capabilities to guide them to have a high-paying job. Because you may know B40 mostly consists of from Bumi Putra. So Yayasan Peneraju want to upskill and increase the Bumi Putra skills to have a high-paying job, to have them land a job that is high-paying. The last one is they want to nurture and develop their scholars to excel both in academics and soft skills, because they want a scholar that is an all-rounded person rather than have a book-smart person only. So I'll be passing the floor to Miza.
So now I will explain more about the scholarship program. So basically, Yayasan Peneraju has a few programs. So like Peneraju Tunas, Peneraju Professional, Peneraju Skill, Peneraju Technology, and Peneraju Specialist. But now, me and Mika will be focused about Peneraju professional because me and Mika are currently in the Peneraju professional program. So Peneraju has offered two courses in professional accountancy program, which is ACCA FIA, stands for Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, and FIA stands for Foundation in Accountancy. So basically, ACCA FIA is like exam-based course. You will be study. You will be study their subject and take the exam. There will be no assignment. There will no late night doing assignment. So the next courses that Peneraju offers us, ICAEW and CFAP, stands for Institution of Chartered Accountant in England and Wales, and CFAP stands for Certificate in Finance, Accounting and Business. So basically, ICAEW and CFAP are, I think, the opposite of ACCA-FIA, because ACCA-FIA is only exam-based, but exam-based course. But ICAEW and CFAP, there will be an assignment, there will be a coursework, and you have to take the exam too. So there are different between ICAEW and ACCA. So next one. So within two courses, Yayasan Peneraju has a few tuition provider, such as Sunway College, like me and Mika currently studying in, UOWKDU University College, Central College Penang, Untitled Education College Inshallah, and UITM. So for ACCA, Yayasan Peneraju will send you either to Sunway College, UOWKDU, UITM, or Intact. But for ICAEW and CFAP, Yayasan Peneraju will send you either Sunway College or Intact.
So let's talk about your future pathway in it if you choose ACCA-FIA as your route. So from SPM, you'll be joining us ACCA-FIA for 1 year, and this ACCA-FIA is only objective-based exam. There will be a little bit of MTQ question, multiple task question, but it will be an easy exam compared to CFAP, SAW, that is essay-based paper. So right after 1 year, you'll be joining ACCA for about 3 years. If you pass everything in one sitting, and you'll become an affiliate of ACCA. And right after working for about 3 years in a Big Four or a certified practice learner company, you'll become a chartered accountant. Compared to the diploma route, you need to take about 2 to 2.5 years to complete, then an additional degree in accounting for about 2 to 2.5 years. That will take around about 5 years. Then you need to take an additional ACA papers, because you will not become a chartered accountant unless you take a professional qualification paper. So it will add to your years. Then you need to work at a relevant company for about 3 years. Then you get a chartered accountant title. So Lisa.
So about the requirement, so the YASU has prepared the minimum requirement for us to apply this scholarship. So the first one is you have to be a Malaysian citizen and Bumi Putra. Then you must be 19 years old and below. So I think that's no problem about that. So the third one is like the problem is because you have to get a minimum of 5 A's in SPM or O-level equivalent with minimum A's in mathematics and English subject. If you not achieve this minimum requirement, you are not applicable to apply for this scholarship. So the next one.
So Yayasan Peneraju offer 3 types of sponsors or loan. The first one is the full scholarship. If you pass all the exam in one attempt and complete the course within a prescribed duration, and serve at any government-linked company or public/private company registered in Malaysia for 3 years, you will pay nothing to Yayasan Peneraju. You get full exemption from your tuition fees because they'll sponsor you for hostel, tuition fees, and a monthly allowance by Yayasan Peneraju. So all that 3 you will pay nothing. But for partial scholarship,
so about the partial scholarship, so if you didn't get the full scholarship, you will get the partial scholarship. But the partial scholarship has like a few criteria. So like if you pass all exam, but you're not pass all the examination in one sitting, it means that you fail once or you fail a few times within your prescribed duration during your study. And then you will not get the full scholarship, but you will get the partial scholarship. And then after you're finishing your study, you have to serve yourself at any government-linked company or public and private company registered in Malaysia for 3 years. And then after you're done, your bond period, you are required to pay 20% of your sponsorship amount. So, for example, if Yayasan Peneraju sponsored you 100,000 ringgit, after you're done with your bond period, after you're done working, you have to pay 20% of 100,000 Yayasan Peneraju offered sponsored you. You have to pay that 20%. So about the education loan, Mika will explain more about it.
So the education loan, this is something that you want to avoid 100%. If you breach the contract, let's say you complete the course over the prescribed duration. Let's say the prescribed duration is 4 years, but you went overboard. Let's say you reattempt or resit one of the exam and you exceed the time. There's a breach of contract, or did you complete the course at all? Let's say you stop halfway, you need to pay the full amount of sponsorship amount, or you serve at overseas company without written permission from Yayasan Peneraju PDK Bermitra before the 3 years period. Let's say you go fly overseas, working there without any written permission, you will need to pay 100% back the full sponsorship amount to Yayasan Peneraju. So please avoid it at all costs. So I'll be passing the floor to Mirza.
So I will explain about the interesting part, the application process. So in the application process, there are a few phases. So the first one is like the same phase as other scholarship, which is the application form. I think everyone know about this. You have to fill the application form prepared by Yayasan Peneraju, and then you have to submit the required documents and fill up your achievement, your leadership, your achievement in curriculum, and so on. So after you're done filling your application form, and after you're done submitting your form, you'll be having an online assessment. This online assessment is only about English and mathematics. So it's not that hard to take the online assessment. So if you have some knowledge about English and mathematics and you're not forget about it already, so I think there's no problem for you to take this online assessment. And then the third one, after you're done with your online assessment, you have to wait for a while. You have to wait until Yayasan Peneraju call you for an online interview. So I think this one is the hardest part because no one like interview. So you have to be interviewed by Yayasan Peneraju. Yayasan Peneraju will ask you about yourself and ask you some question about your course. There will be a few questions about SCCA and question about why do you want to take this program, why do you choose Peneraju over other scholarship, and what is your future plan in your life, and what ACCA can give you in your future. So after you're done, and after you're done with your online interview, and then this is time you have to pray and wait. You have to wait and pray until Yayasan Peneraju email you the result. If you are selected, if you are selected, Yayasan Peneraju will email you the detail, the contract, and you're done. You are a scholar of Yayasan Peneraju.
So let's get into the nitty and gritty part of the documents. So the documents that is needed for your application is the certificates of participation / achievement, SPM/IGCSE transcript, scan IC, parents and applicant, CV, parents slip of EA form, passport size photo, birth certificate, applicant and parents, and everything must be certified through copy and stamped by the oath of commissioner. Need to find a pejabat, an office, and get the CTC. And that's it. For the Q&A session, we are open for everyone to ask any question about Yayasan Peneraju Scholar. Thank you for having us. All the best and good luck for your application and SPM. Inza, do you have anything to say?
So if you want to know more about Yayasan Peneraju, so you can just email me, mirzafarid@gmail.com, or you just can contact Mika at LinkedIn there by name Mika Azrael, and you can contact us. And if you want us to help you more about this scholarship, feel free to contact us. So I think that's all from us. Thank you and all the best and good luck, guys. Okay, bye.
Bye. Okay, thank you for the question, Sophia. The first question is from Sophia. Is it applicable for pure science students with no accounting experience? Yep, you can join Yayasan Peneraju by just applying for it, because the requirement for it is only 5 A's, and it's including only the mandatory one is English. I think it's English and mathematics. It needs to be A, but you don't need any accounting background at all. You just join it without any accounting subjects. So you just learn it from the basic.
Okay, for your information, like our batch, like I think our batch have 50% of our batch are not. They are never have accounting experience. Like they taking biology during their study in high school. So I think there'll be no problem if you want to take this course if you have no accounting experience. But just take the ACCA with the try, I think. So it's not even a problem if you are a pure science student that dream to be an professional accountant. So there's no problem with that. Just go with your dream. Just pursue your study. I think it's really good that you are interested in if you are interested in ACCA, because ACCA is like a very good course, I think. If you want to like try some new life of studying, like new knowledge, new experience. So I think that's answered the question. So while waiting for the question, I think I'm gonna like tell you about the lifestyle of ACCA student. So basically, like you don't have your assignment, right? So basically, you just study, and take the exam when the final exam is coming. So like, so I think the life's pretty good for me and Mika. So okay. The next question. So does this mean that Yayasan Peneraju only sponsor for accounting? So for information, like Peneraju does not offer only for accounting, but like the Peneraju professional program, Peneraju has specifically offered the accounting program for those students that wants to pursue their study in accounting. So like the Peneraju professional program, Peneraju only sponsor to the student that want to pursue their study in ACCA, ICNW, CFAP, and so on. So yeah, if you take like Peneraju Technology and Peneraju Specialist, there will be other program that not related to accounting. So that's probably answer the question. So I think Mika can tell us about the interesting part of if you're getting high marks in ACCA. So Mika, can you tell them?
Yep. If let's say one of the exam, you get 100% or a world prize winner or Malaysian prize winner, there will be a ranking for it. If you get the highest scoring like highest right in Malaysia or the world, you will get a. If you are in Sunway test, you will get a 1.7K cash prize for it. But you need to be perfect lah. You need to get 98%/100%. Every exam in ACCA is standardized, but it's random. So most of the world prize winner, right? World prize winner or Malaysian prize winner for the exam, you need to be lucky for it. You need to be lucky for ACCA FIA. But for ACCA papers, you need to study a lot lah to get like Malaysian prize winner or world prize winner. So yeah, that's it. If you score high marks, there's only one if you score high marks only. So that's it lah, I think. So continue on, right? If let's say Yayasan Peneraju is opening their scholarship application right now, registration right now. So there's Intact and also Sunway, right? But obviously we are from Sunway. If you try and choose Sunway, because Sunway it has a lot of facilities compared to Intact, right?
Yeah. Based on my experience, I went to Intact a few times because I have a lot of friends studying there. So basically, there are a lot of difference between Sunway and Intact. Like Sunway, there are lots more facility. You near the public transport, and then there are a lot of good restaurant and cafe. And Sunway actually like besides the Sunway Pyramid Mall. So if you're bored when studying, like when study you feel bored, so like just go to Sime Pyramid. So like but basically like Intact that's a good university, but there's lack of facility, but they are a good social provider to the Sunway. So yeah, if you want to take this course, just take Sunway. So the next question. Will you recommend someone to take ACCA if they manage to get A+ in accounting for SPM, but they don't have interest in it? So basically, if you get an A+ in accounting during SPM, so like there's no guarantee that you will succeed in ACCA actually, because if like there are in foundation level, there are 7 subjects or 7 papers, but actually there's only one paper that relate to the SPM's accounting subject. The paper is called Financial Accountancy 1, FA1. So like there's only one paper that only relates to the SPM. There are 6 papers that you will be getting new knowledge, you will learn new things. So like then there are one paper that you don't need the calculator at all. So you just basically theory, and then you're understanding the accounting concept like that. So if you have no interest in it, I advise you to
not taking this program, but if you insist to take ACCA, you have to build or develop your interest in ACCA first. So because I have a lot of my friends that actually got an A+ during SPM, but then they struggled and suffered during ACCA in the foundation level. So because they're they're interested in ACCA, but they are not that 100% interested in ACCA. So like, if you want to take this course, you have to love, you have to adore, you have to like love this course so much, because there will be a few of struggling, there'll be a lot of suffering moment during your study here. But it is pretty well worth experience, because yeah, study is not it's not an easy job, I think. So I think I answered your question, and I think the answer probably the answer question.
And I think we will wrap it up. Thank you.
So a few tips from me. So like, that's a pretty good question. The last question, like, it's like they're pretty like quite good. So yeah, if you want to take this course and you're interested in ACCA, just apply Yayasan Peneraju and take this course, because this course is very good for your future. So I think that's all from me, and yeah, Mika. So yeah, good luck and have a nice day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hi guys! So thank you so much for the previous speaker for such an insightful talk. I really enjoyed that talk. But now, ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention for Yayasan Darby Scholarship, as this will be a very special scholarship and I will elaborate further on this later. So, hi again, my name is Yuanxi. I'm doing pure finance as my degree and I'm currently taking double maths, physics, chemistry in KTJ, or better known as College Tengku Jafar. And as I mentioned, we're a very special scholarship because When you get this scholarship, you'll be automatically assigned to one of the 3 companies under Sime Darby, which I am assigned under Sime Darby Plantation.
Hello guys, so I'm Yushen and I'm assigned under Sime Darby Property. So as you can see, I'm currently studying triple science, which are biology, physics, chemistry, and mathematics. And also my undergraduate degree course will be urban planning and real estate. So before we dive into the scholarship details of Sime Darby, so let's have a sneak peek about Sime Darby Company. So Sime Darby Company is the largest conglomerate in Malaysia, and it is listed its subsidiaries in 2017, creating 3 distinct pure play companies, which are plantation company, motors, and property companies. So now, what is plantation company? So basically, it presents in more than 100 countries. So it focuses on sustainability, innovation, and people. So basically, it upholds social, cultural, and environmental obligations. And for innovation, it has over 10 years of research and 150 million of investment in R&D. And for people, they grow together with 83,000 colleagues globally. So about Sime Darby Motor, basically it is present in 9 markets across the Asia Pacific region, and it focuses on assembly, car rental, distribution, and retail. Okay, so the third company is Sime Darby Property. So Sime Darby Property is Malaysia's biggest property developer in terms of land bank, and it is one of the companies who leads the industry in sustainable property development, and it focuses on integrity and accountability.
Okay, so what will you go through as a Sime Darby scholar? So we have a very special program called the YSD Thrive Future Leaders, which is basically a program specially tailored for excellent scholars. And you guys will undergo soft skills training, e-learning platform, mainly also about soft skills, and also some volunteering opportunities. And you get to know a lot of leaders in the Sime Darby companies, which is a very good exposure for you guys. So what's the first step after getting the scholarship? It's your pre-U. So all scholars must study pre-U in KPJ, and you guys will be studying Cambridge A-level. It's a 2-year course. For university, we have a list of around 20 unis in either the UK or US only. And after your 3 or 4 years degree, you will have to work with Sime Darby, with your assigned company, as I mentioned earlier, and you need to serve a 6 years bond with the opportunity of working in our branch overseas. As what Yushen mentioned just now, all of our companies are located like across the globe. So it's a really amazing opportunity for especially fresh grad like us, where you get to work overseas and in the largest conglomerate in Malaysia. So since you are such a nice, good scholarship, what course can you do? So as you can see from this slide, a lot of courses are offered. You have a range of choices, but it's basically focused on either business, social science, engineering technology, or science and agriculture. If you want to know more about all the courses offered in detail, you can just go search Yayasan Sime Darby Scholarship and they will just pop up. We will also send a link in the group chat or like in the comment section later. So yeah, here's the list. It's not finalized yet because Sime Darby will renew the list every year to like keep on the trend and to make sure we get into like the top uni, you know, as like the uni ranking just keep changing every year. But yeah, this is for this year. For UK, no surprise, it's Cambridge, Oxford, LSE, UCL, all the G5 top unis in UK. And for US, It's all the Ivies, Stanford, Harvard. Yeah, as what you guys will expect.
Okay, so what are the minimum requirements for Darby scholarship? So yeah, in order to apply for this scholarship, you have to be a Malaysian and you must be 18 years old or below, and you need to achieve a minimum result of 7 A's, and the 7 A's include A plus and A only. And yeah, you need to achieve a minimum result of 7 A's in your SPM. So you have to have a total monthly gross household income of 11K and below. And the last one is the most important one, which is you have to possess strong leadership qualities and active participation in community service.
All right, so here's the most important part if you want to be a Darby scholar and to be my colleague. So basically, there's 4 stages. And as what I mentioned, we're really special. We actually have already opened the application back in April, like a few months before the SPM result are released. And as what I know, some of you guys have already completed your stage 3 assessment and are waiting for the final interview. But anyways, I'll just briefly walk you guys through all the stages. So for stage 1, similar to all the scholarships, you need to submit required documents like your IC, your result, choose what course you want to pursue as a degree, and most importantly, fill up what have you done over the past 5 years in your high school to let the company or to let the organization know how talented, how bright are you as an individual, and why they should let you proceed to stage 2. So in stage 2 is an online ability test, or in simpler words, is an IQ test. It's pretty similar to what you guys will experience when you apply for Yayasan Khazanah, or Shell, or Petronas. So basically, it really stretches your numerical skills, your logical thinking, your reasoning skills. And remember to give special attention to the time limit because the time is quite short. And if I'm not mistaken, I actually didn't manage to finish the whole test. I have 2 questions left. But anyways, I got the scholarship. So yeah. In stage 3, it's a 1 whole day interview process, as we have quite a lot of activity aligned and waiting for you on that particular day. So for case study, we have 2 sections, group and individual, each take up at least 30 minutes. So basically, they will give you either a customer survey form or a scenario, and you have to brainstorm and think of the solution. So they'll give you 8 to 10 pages report. You have to read through the whole thing and brainstorm to maybe come up with a short-term and long-term target for the company, and what should they do in order to overcome this challenge. And you have to prepare your slides and give a presentation to your HR and your interviewer within 30 minutes. So it's actually a really short time, and yeah, be careful of your time limit. Time management is really, really important. And you will also go through a background screening process, which is basically a pretty chill 5 to 10 minutes call. They will ask you questions like, how many siblings do you have? What are your parents doing now? Are they still working? What are they working as? Where do you live? It's basically some very simple question, and just answer them honestly. It's not hard. And finally, the boss level final interview. So you will be interviewed by the CEO of Darby, which is Dr. Yatella, and your HR of your assigned company. You'll know assigned company here, before you start stage 3. And according to my experience, it's a competency-based interview, which means they won't ask a lot about the company you're assigned to or your course you want to pursue. It's mainly about you yourself as an individual. How will you react when you face challenge? What's your strength? What's your weakness? So just be yourself during the interview and remember to smile.
All right, so these are the required documents which you need to prepare before entering the online assessment center. And the first one is the most important one, which is you need to prepare a simple resume. But for this resume, I would suggest you all to prepare a simple one which try to fit into one page, and you don't have to like prepare a complicated one. Basically, you just write down like the notable achievements and also some like your skills and what leadership skills do you have. And yeah, you can search Google. Google has a lot of you know, like the template of the resume. Yeah, and other than that, like for those required documents, you need to prepare before entering the interview. And that is also like some important timelines which you need to take note of. And okay, like for the April, it's like the application form is open in April, and like in the May, the assessments and interviews will be going through in the May. And yeah, like what Yuanxin mentioned just now, right now you should be undergoing the final interviews already. Yeah, and by August they will announce the successful scholarship recipients. So be careful of the timelines, and don't forget to check your email regularly so that you do not like skip any of the emails from Darby.
Yeah, hope I can see you guys in KTJ next year.
Yeah.
Okay, so bond length, as what I mentioned earlier, you guys will have to serve a 6-year bond length at your company. And don't think this as like a downside of getting a scholarship. You know, you have the opportunity and like it's 100% confirmed that you can work in the largest conglomerate in Malaysia, and you get all the exposures that your peer don't have. So yeah, it's maybe a good thing. Who knows? And here, you guys are most interested in this, I know, is the fees covered by Darby. So in simpler words, basically everything you need is covered. Your parents won't need to spend like a single cent on you anymore, because we already cover tuition fees, boarding, lodging fee, computer allowance, book allowance, flight tickets. And I'm not sure about the uni students, but for pre-U students like us, you can also get 700 ringgit per month as your pocket money. And the thing is that you don't even need to spend money on your food, because like the food are already included in the boarding fees, and you just have to line up at the dining hall, and that's all. So yeah. And expectations. What do you need to uphold as a Darby scholar? Don't think as like getting a scholarship means like the start of your honeymoon of your life. You know, you still have to uphold to a certain level, and like don't make people look down on Darby scholars. Okay, so maintain a consistent academic process, which is a minimum of 3 A's. And also, like what I mentioned, we have a strict university list, so make sure you get into one of them, or your scholarship will either be terminated, or if you have really good academic performance, they'll maybe reconsider your agreement and change the agreement to local university agreement. And I don't think you guys want that to happen, so make sure to work hard during your pre-U and get into one of those top unis in UK or US.
Yeah, so let's come to the last part. And so how do you want to prepare for your final interview? Okay, so based on my personal experience, when I knew that like I entered the final interview, and I received an email from Yayasan Darby, and the Yayasan Darby asked me to do some research about the Darby property company, because I was assigned in the Darby, under the Darby company, property company. And yeah, so basically I did some research about the company, like what projects are they undergoing, and like which improvement that they can do, and try to insert as many ideas as you can. So like to show like the interviewers you are a creative person. Yeah. And then for the second one is like you have to know your strength and weakness, because interviewer wants to know that you have the self-consciousness, and also like you are beware of your weakness, and like utilize your strength to, in your leadership skills and so on. So for the third one is like you need to be clear of your goal. And this is very, very important because interviewer is searching for someone who is really clear of their goal, and also like they know what to do in their future. Yeah. And lastly is be honest and confident. So like confident is a very important thing in an interview, because like once you have the confidence, and basically you will leave a good impression on the interviewer. Yes, and yeah, this is basically what you need to prepare for the final interview. And that's the end for our presentation for Darby. And we wish you all good luck in your applications and also the interview. Yeah. And do you guys have any questions? If you guys have any questions, do not hesitate to ask us, and you can probably contact us through the Instagram. And these are our Instagram accounts. So yeah, thank you and bye-bye.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so if income exceed 11K, will you still receive the scholarship? So sadly, no, you won't. You're below 11K. And below that, because this scholarship is more of a need-based scholarship, and like they want to help those B20 and M40 people, not the T20. So yeah, just don't apply if your income is below 11K. Like, yeah, because it's more targeted to help people. I think just now Yuanxi's slide a bit lagged. Okay, but never mind. So basically is if your house income is more than 11K and above, I think you have to apply this scholarship. Yeah. So for the second question is, hi, are there any tips for time management during the case study sessions, or are there ways we can prepare beforehand? basically for the case study sessions, I think it's they will allocate like 30 minutes for you for the case study session. So like maybe for the first 15 minutes or first 10 minutes, you try to read the screen sharing or read the documents that they give you as fast as possible. While you're reading, you need to like think of the question as well, and also like the answer that you want to write into the slide and the presentation and so on. So are there any ways that we can prepare before? Basically, it's because the case study is based on what the company provides you. So maybe I think what you can prepare is like you can try to think like the general solutions for any like case in the company. For example, like they have like maybe any problem in the industry, yeah, and so on. So Yashi, do you like to add more?
Yeah, also I have a tip for you guys because you actually have to present everything to your interviewer and it's more advisable to prepare a slide. So for me, I actually prepared like a template, like business-based template, so it's faster when you actually need to prepare the slides rather from like a blank PPT. Okay, moving on, we have a question on are there any websites to practice for the study cases? Like example question. I'm pretty sure there's quite a lot on Google. Just search up like case study. But when I was preparing for it, I actually did search up also. But they're more like professional based for those like undergrad students. So honestly, I don't think you have to prepare a lot for case study. So it's more advisable to just like be sure you think logically and like critically and like present everything in like a very smooth, logical way. And like that's all. Remember to analyze the stuff like nicely. So actually don't have to try spot questions, just be yourself.
So for the next question is, do I still stand a chance of becoming a recipient if I don't have any active participations at national or higher levels? So yeah, for sure, you have the chance to become the recipient even you don't have like the participations at national, because like but I think for the co-curricular parts, you need to put as many achievement as you have. So just try to apply this scholarship, and yeah, you never know you will get this scholarship, right? So
yeah, also from my point of view, your like your level of achievement don't really matter. Like if it's like national, international, what really matter is like what did you do and what did you learn from joining all those stuff. Like, but after you join it, you gain confidence, you train your critical thinking skills. That's all. What the scholarship really want is like you as an individual. What can you do? Like how do you like handle stress? How do you deal with people? How do you work well in a team? So like the level don't actually matters. And like I will also suggest you guys to do more volunteering. So like, even it's just like in your state, but like through volunteering can show people that you have sympathy, you're not like a self-centered person, and like you get to like tailor a lot of like your soft skills. Yeah, so guys, don't worry, like the level actually don't matter. I felt although I have quite a lot of like international and national level competition, they actually didn't help me much. The one that helped me most is still like some smaller competition, but I did a lot in all those and I learned a lot. So don't worry. Don't just like don't just ignore those lower level competition. Just put everything in your CV.
yeah, try to show as many achievement as you can. So like I think basically the most important is you have to perform well in your final interview, and basically you just like be honest to the interview, and then like just tell them like your point of view and so on, and don't be afraid to share your achievement or maybe like your any just any achievement with the interviewers. Yeah, it's like this. Yeah, so I think that's the last question for us. So thank you guys for attending this webinar. And yeah, so that's all from Darby. Okay, thank you.
Good luck, guys.
Assalamualaikum and a very good day. Hope you're enjoying yourselves here at the BASE Initiative Scholarship Talks. Now comes the section that everyone has been waiting for. The one, the only JPA. And before we get into what is JPA and what JPA has to offer to you as scholarship applicants, allow us, me and my friend here, to introduce ourselves briefly.
Hello everyone, my name is Harith Adam bin Khairul Amri. I am from Bandar Baru Bangi, Selangor. I am a JPA PPN scholar currently studying at College Yayasan UEM, and I am hopeful to study computer science in the United States or the United Kingdom. And for my A-level studies, I am taking 4 subjects, which are mathematics, mathematics, physics, and economics.
And I am Arif Daniel bin Abdul Ajari, also a JPA PPN scholar, currently studying in College Yayasan UEM. I am from Shah Alam, Selangor, and I aspire to study biology in the UK. My current subject combo is mathematics, further mathematics, biology, and chemistry. So before we waste more time, might as well we get straight into it. So I'll pass to my friend here, Harith Adam, to explain the different pathways that JPA can offer you as a scholarship applicant. To you, Harith.
So, unlike other scholarships, JPA offers multiple different programs or pathways in multiple different countries. So, the 3 programs that JPA offers are Program Peneraju Nasional, also known as PPN, where you can continue studies in the United Kingdom or the United States. Next up is Program Khas Jepun, Korea, Perancis, dan Jerman, also known as JKPJ, where you can continue your studies at Japan, South Korea, France, or Germany. And lastly is Program Khas JPA Mara, where you can study in Japan, United States, United Kingdom, or New Zealand. So I'll be going more in depth for each and every scholarship that is offered by JPA. And we'll start with PPN first. So the special thing about JPA PPN is you get to study at top 10 universities in the United States or the United Kingdom. So every year, JPA will release a list of approved universities based on the QS World Ranking. And from that university list, you can choose your dream university that you want to study in. So the basic requirements for this program are, firstly, you need to get a minimum of 9A+ in SPM. And secondly, specifically for this program only, JPA will release a list of eligible individuals that can apply for PPN. So around 2 or 3 days after the SPM results are released, JPA will publish a list of names. And if your name is included in the list, only then that you can apply for this program. This program is very competitive, and every year the number of applicants who are successful varies from around 12 to 30 people. And I will continue with the course of study that are approved by JPA. So for PPN, there are various different degrees or courses that you can study, namely nanotechnology or material sciences, neurotechnology, digital technology, biological sciences, computer science, economics and econometrics, geology, environmental, earth and marine science, aerospace engineering, physics, mathematics, biology, and chemistry. So if you are successful and you manage to obtain the scholarship, before you fly, you will be studying in College Yayasan UEM to complete your A-level program for 24 months. Next up is JKPJ, or Program Khas Jepun, Korea, Perancis, Jerman. For this scholarship, you are required to obtain at least 7 A's in the required subject for each of the program and course. So for the different countries and different degree courses, there are different requirements and different subjects that JPA requires for you to apply. So the three main field of studies that you can apply for is engineering, science and technology, and social sciences. So depending on the country that you go, you'll be sent to either Impact College, Sunway College, Malaysia France Institute. So for Impact and Sunway College, it is for Japan and South Korean and German students. So for French students, you go to Malaysia France Institute. Last but not least is JPA MARA. JPA MARA is a special collaboration between Jabatan Khidmatan Awam JPA and also Majlis Amanah Rakyat. So for this program, you are required to obtain at least 5 A+ or A in the course-specific subjects, depending on the country and the course of study that you take. And also for all of the countries and degrees, you are required to attain at least A- in English and history. Just like JKPJ, you can study engineering, science and technology, and also social sciences. And there are various different preparatory colleges that JPA will send you to. So for Japanese students, they will be sent to Ambang Asuhan Jepun, AAJ, or Pusat Bahasa Teikyo. For New Zealand students, you will be sent to College Yayasan Saad Business School, KYSB. And for United States and United Kingdom, you'll be doing IB diploma either in MCKK for boys, TKC for girls, College Mara Banting, or Intech. So I'll be passing this presentation to Arif Daniel to explain other details about JPA scholarships.
Thank you, Harith. Now, we come to the section about the financials of a JPA student, of a JPA scholar. So, how do we repay back our JPA scholarships? So, the bonding years required by a JPA scholar is generally 8 years of service, and the terms of conditions have been updated recently in 2016. So here I will give a short explanation on what the system, the current system is right now and how it works. So the JPA scholarship is a convertible loan, and the way you pay back your scholarship, it ultimately depends on where you work after you're graduating. So there are 4 possible outcomes that you would have to consider. The first one being joining the public service, working under the government directly. So if you join the public service, you as a JPA scholar will be accounted for as a full scholarship, meaning you would not have to pay a single cent from your scholarship. The second scenario will be if you choose to work with a government-linked company or a GLC during your 8 years of bonding. So with that, then JPA will consider covering your scholarship by 75%, leaving the other 25% for you to repay. And the third situation is where you when you work for a local private company. So local private companies, JPA system gives a 50% coverage. So that means you have the other 50% to repay. And the final scenario, which is if you either work overseas or choose to break your bond, you will have to repay 100% of the scholarship. So those are the requirements that JPA require from the students in terms of the bonding years and how you repay JPA for giving you that scholarship. So this system was made in order to help the students. So, you get certain benefits if you chose to come back and work with the government or work in Malaysia as a whole. So, this is JPA strategy. Next slide, Hari. Okay, now we come to the application process. So what I can say is overall, the application process might span over time within 1 to 2 months total. So I will walk you through how these 1 to 2 months will go, and so you can get a better picture of what to expect. So when you get your SPM results in June, if I'm not mistaken, we got ours in June. So when you get your SPM results in June, the GPA portal or the GPA website will then open for applications. I think as Harif has also explained just now, for GPA PPN, there will be a list published. So the students included inside this list can apply for GPA PPN. And as for GPA Mara, you would have to apply through the Mara portal instead of the GPA website. So after applying, you will have to wait a few weeks for the second stage, if GPA deems you prepared for the second stage. So then second stage is a psychometric test and video recording. So the psychometric test is basically an online personality test, which I find helpful if you practice beforehand. Some personality a personality test that you might want to check out to practice and to better know yourself and your personality is 16 personalities. That is a very good one. It provides really good practice. And as for the 2-minute video recording, you will be required to talk about yourself, the course you're about to study, why do you want to apply to GPA, and all of those things. And not to worry, GPA is, they come prepared and they prepare you for the process as well. So you will be provided with all these examples and all these guides for you to do the things that GPA requires you to do. So not to worry, not to fret. A tip that I would personally put is for you to prepare yourself a good tripod or a willing sibling to help you record this video. So after you've recorded and done the test, you will submit these in the GPA website. And therefore, you will wait a few more weeks for the third stage, which is, I would say, the main stage of the GPA application process. So this third stage is called the SAC, which is the Student Assessment Center. So the SACs are basically the main application process where GPA officials will engage with you in an interview. So these interviews will be conducted virtually and together with a group of people. But you will be interviewed individually, but the meeting will comprise of multiple applicants. Yes. And one thing to note as well is that the interview will be conducted in both Bahasa Melayu and English. So you have to make sure that you are proficient in both languages. So after you have completed the interview, the SAC, you will then await the results, which will also take another few weeks. So the results will come in and you will get either two scenarios. One is you receive the offer and the other one is you fail to receive an offer, in which GPA has a contingency plan for you, not to worry. Within a 7-day period, if you fail to receive an offer during when everyone else has received the offers, you have a chance to appeal. And this appeal process is you have to make a short write-up on how to convince GPA that you do deserve this scholarship, and GPA will take this into account. And later on, if you do succeed with your appeal, GPA will then contact you back and give you an offer letter. So not to worry if you don't receive an offer letter the first time, is because there is always a second chance. Next slide, Hari. So that was it for the formality of applying for the GPA scholarship. So now for a few tips and tricks that I think Harith and I have discussed a bit on. The first thing that we would like to suggest is for all of you wanting to apply for a GPA scholarship, to practice speaking in Malay and English. I understand that some of you may be very well versed in your SPM, Bahasa Melayu and English, but I assure you that writing language and speaking language are two different things. And in order to be completely proficient in the speaking language, you must require practice. So the second tip would be to stay updated on current issues, is because these are usually the topics that they might pick out as interview questions later on during your SAC. Being, current issues right now, for example, the vaccination programs of COVID-19, post-COVID-19 maybe for you guys even, and other economic crises, maybe overseas crises. But, for GPA, they're mostly Malaysia-centric. So make sure you are well versed in your current issues in Malaysia first. So the next thing is to be prepared with general knowledge questions about Malaysia. For example, apa rupa negara, apa tugas yang ada Pertuan Agong, Malaysia ada berapa negeri. You will be surprised that those are actually questions that people might not be aware of and get right. By the way, Malaysia does have 13 states. And wilayah persekutuan, the 14 lines, wilayah persekutuan counts as just one line. So it's 13 states. That's the correct answer. And the next tip is to read on JPA's role in Malaysia. Jabatan Perkhidmatan Awam. What do they do? What does it mean to be Jabatan Perkhidmatan Awam? All that information can be accessed through their website, the government's website. Next is to research extensively on the course that you are applying for. Make sure that you know the course you are applying for and you are well versed in it, because they may ask you why you want to apply for this or what drew you to this course, or what inspired you, what plans do you have for this field in the future, and such. And lastly, although it may sound cliche, but just be yourself. The best thing to do is not lie and be honest with yourself as well. So I'm sure that everybody here watching this talk right now has a lot of potential. And I'm sure if you realize that yourself and you do what you do best, I'm sure you can secure that scholarship that you've always wanted. Another extra tip from me is make sure to choose your course carefully. Put a lot of thought into this, because scholarship bodies, not even just JPA, but JPA is pretty strict about this too. Once you pick your course of study, it is maybe near impossible to change your course of study after you have received the offer letter and it's been set in stone. So I suggest you really think about it, what you want to apply. Is it really something that I want to do in the future? Something I want to spend the rest of my life on and all that? Something worth considering. And I think that's all from me. I would like to pass to my friend here to give a few more tips and tricks and to close off the talk.
I think based on my personal experience last year, it's more about being prepared. One thing is being prepared. Another thing is don't be too worried about your interview process, especially for JPA, because my personal experience is that the JPA officials were very, very friendly and they were very understanding, because there were some applicants that had internet connection problems. So they were not scary, but they were nice, accommodating, and you just feel very relaxed around them. So that's the key, to be relaxed whenever you are applying for a scholarship and during the interview. So just like the last point, just be yourself throughout the interview. That's my tip. So that is all that we have to offer. I hope you gain a lot of insight about JPA and their specific programs. So if you have any questions, don't feel afraid to contact us and drop us some questions just through our email or our Instagram that we put on our site. So thank you very much everyone for listening, and have a good day. Welcome back, everyone.
Yeah.
So before we proceed with the Q&A session, I would like to inform you that applications for JPA MARA and also JPA JKPJ is already open. And besides that, the list of eligible applicants for JPA PPN will be published on the JPA website on the 20th of June. So check that out, and good luck to all applicants. So Arif?
Yeah. The JPA website, by the way, is ECLA V2. You just search that up in Google, it should appear. Yeah. So let's move on to the questions. We have quite a few already in the stockpile. So let's start with the first question from Akila Hazira. Is, do I stand a chance for the JPA scholarship if I got 9 A's, but not all of them are A+? Okay, so the way I would explain this is, per scholarship, because JPA has a bunch of different scholarships. So the first one I would like to clarify is for JPA PPN specifically, the minimum requirement is 9A+. So probably if your grades do not achieve that standard, you would be in the list that will be published on the 20th. Or, if your name is on the list published on the 20th, that means JPA deemed you, worthy to apply. So for PPN, you just have to look out for the list. And as for the others, I'm pretty sure if you get 9 A's, you are pretty much already overqualified. But depending on, you have to see the subject requirements for the specific courses. Because if I'm not mistaken, like some of the courses, they require like specific types of A's or specific types of grades for different courses. Yeah, I think that should be the answer. PPN maybe not, but check the list. And the others, most probably yes.
Okay, the next question is from Sorfina. What is the pre-U programs for the UK and US under JPA MARA? So if I'm not mistaken, for JPA MARA, pre-U programs for those countries are the International Baccalaureate Program, IB program. So you'll be sent to either College Mara Banting, TKC, or MCKK for IB programs. That answers your question.
Yeah, if you want more information on IB, you can search it up in Google. It's pretty readily available how IB works. It's a 2-year program, and how the point system works, how the academic system works. All of the information that's relevant is available online. All right, we'll move on to the next question then from Lee LQ. Can I ask about the convertible loan that JPA offers? If the scholarship in the end is converted to loan, do we need to pay a certain amount of interest on loan as well? Okay, if I'm not mistaken, based on the GPA paperwork that we've read before, the loans that will be the convertible loans do not have any interest on them, so you will be paying everything on face value. So yeah, there won't be any like compounding interest. You won't be, forever drowning in debt. Don't worry, that's not something I think that's going to happen. But yes, there is no interest rate on the convertible loans.
Also, there's a follow-up question from Lee LQ. Also, can I ask around what month will you be able to start pre-U if the application is successful? It ultimately depends on the college that you go to. So for KYUEM, for example, you will go around July, depending on the timing. But for other colleges, I'm not sure, maybe you can research on each college's website because they all have different timelines. So ultimately, I can give you a rough estimate that it's around either 3 weeks or 1 month after the application that you start going to colleges. So another question from Keba. If I've applied for, sorry?
Can I take that one, Harid? Yeah, can I take that question?
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah. So, question from Keba. If I've applied for JPA MARA scholarship, will my name have a chance to be listed in the PPN scholarship? So the chance of you being listed on the JPA PPN scholarship is based on your grades. So as you know, the government has access to your grades. So then they will, look to see if you meet the minimum requirements. So if you do, your name will be on the list. And if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, Harith, you, for the first application stage, you can apply for as many as you can, but when you're going to stage 2 and stage 3, they only let you proceed with one of them, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure about the second part, but I'm certain that you can apply for multiple programs at the same time.
Yeah. So if I'm not mistaken, like for example, if you apply for JPA Mara and you also apply for JPA PPN, during your SACs, during your video recording and all that, you will have to specify which one you are applying for. For example, you have to mention that, oh, I'm applying in the JPA PPN program, or I'm applying for the JPA Mara program. Is because, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I did ask that question once to the JPA officials, and you have to specify in your further stages. But for the application process, yeah, you can apply for multiple. Oh, there is a last question.
From William Thomas, in the application form, they do ask about my parents' nombor kad pengenalan lama. So how can I get it? If I'm not mistaken, nombor kad pengenalan lama is only used if you don't have the new IC number. So if your parents have the new IC number, then you only need to fill in the latest IC number. But then if your parents don't have the new IC format, then you are required to fill in the old IC format. Correct me if I'm wrong, Arif?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, yes. You only have to apply for the new one. But if you ask your parents, they should know what their old IC number is as well. Because when I asked my parents during the application process, they also knew what was their like old IC number, the nombor kad pengenalan lama. So, that shouldn't be much of a problem for you. Just ask your parents, should be fine. So that is the last question. Am I right, Harith?
Yeah, pretty sure that's the last one.
All right. So just last wishes, all the best to everyone applying to all the scholarships, no matter JPA or not. And, hope to see some of you in College Yayasan UEM as well. You can meet me and Harith. So any questions, please do contact us personally. In the slides, we've attached our contacts in terms of email and Instagram accounts and all that. Do reach out, because last year I also reached out to one of the base speakers, Meisha, and she was very helpful. And I want to repay that debt. Yeah. So do reach out if you have any questions. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I hope all of you are having a splendid day today. I know it might be a little bit tiring to attentively listening and jotting down all the points given by the speakers, but I hope you're still energetic enough to keep the momentum going as we proceed with Mara Your Way. So here's the rough agenda of what we're going to do today. But before we delve deeper, let's kind of break the ice a little bit.
All right. Hi everyone, my name is Sarah. I'm currently 19 years old and I am now undergoing Health and Pure Science course at College Maras Remban, and my intended degree is going to be genetics.
Hi guys, I'm Arif. I'm soon to be 19, and in fact, me and Sarah are actually under the same program, which is A-Level Health and Pure Sciences, and I am intending to do neuroscience.
All right, so let's dive in. YTP Mara, which stands for Young Talent Development Program, is an educational convertible loan sponsorship, which I will be explaining later, under Majlis Amanah Rakyat Mara, for excellent SPM graduates to pursue their post-secondary education after SPM from preparatory program, which is an undergraduate program, to their first degree at chosen institutions. So what is a convertible loan sponsorship? So easy to say and simply put is that Mara will fund your educational expenses just like any other scholarship body, including tuition fees, living allowances, transport fees, and etc. And following the completion of your first degree, you must repay a specified amount of money depending on your final CGPA. Example, a very simple example is that if Arif and me graduate with a first class in our degree, then we will only have to pay 10% back to Mara. So Mara will sponsor 90% of our education, while we have to pay 10% back, which is an interesting concept, since we do also know that we are not going to be bonded by Mara. Thus, this is a way that we repay back our scholarship, since we are not going to work for them in the future. So the general requirements to apply for a MARA scholarship is that applicants must, and one of their parents must be locals, which means they must be Malay or Bumiputra Sabah Sarawak. Second, there must be no additional financial help from any sponsoring bodies. So you must only be sponsored by MARA. The applicant, parents and guarantor must not be banned by MARA, or we call it MARA blacklist. So I think some of you are very familiar with being the term being blacklisted with MARA. So if you are, or your parents are being blacklisted by MARA by reasons like if you didn't pay any certain MARA money, you must settle that before you apply, since you cannot apply and you will not get this scholarship if you are blacklisted by MARA. And the fourth and lastly, you must pass the required medical screening. The specific requirements since MARA has a lot of courses, so the specific requirements for all courses is that first, you must sit SPM for the first time in 2021 and 2022. You cannot sit SPM numerous times and decided to settle down for the best results. It does not work that way. Second, you must fulfill your respective program requirements. So different programs have different requirements. As example, me and Arif, we do A-levels at College MARA Seremban, and the specific requirement is that we must get 7 A's in our SPM. So your options for study route under MARA, there are 2, overseas and also local.
Alright, so now we will continue with the application process. So personally, I do think that MARA YTP has one of the most direct and simplest application process. It's so easy. So when the application started to open, firstly, you will get the link from MARA social media, like their Instagram, Facebook, whatsoever. And the link, when you click the link, you will be brought into this one website. So in this website, there will be another 3 attachments. The first attachment is usually the application form. The second one is the ebook for your particular batch. And the third one is like the frequently asked questions PDF in PDF form. So for the second ebook, which is the ebook for your particular batch, it's really important for you to check what kind of programs offered by MARA, and in that particular programs, what kind of degree you can pursue. Because the thing about MARA YTP program is that they always change the degree that you can take for your undergraduate studies. So make sure to check on that. For example, like for batch 02, which is our senior, a pharmacy is not offered for overseas program. But during our batch, which is like the SPM 2020 batch, the pharmacy program reappear again under the IB program. So yeah, so it really differs from Malaysia, and we don't know the algorithm of it. So just be sure to check on that. And when you click the application form, it was you just have to fill in all your necessary information just to upload the document. Really simple, just like the other scholarships. And the next one, if you are selected, you will have to do a psychometric test. So the psychometric test, again, I don't vividly remember what kind of questions were being asked, but it's just like simple personality test question. It might seem insignificant, but actually it does make an impact to your application, especially to determine whether you get your first choice or the second choice. The common scenario is that there's a lot of applicants actually applied A-levels and IB as their first or second choice. But which one do you get, whether A-levels or IB? It actually depends on the psychometric test, because as we know, the structure of IB and A-levels is a little bit different from for one another. So the psychometric test really does make an impact on that. And last but not least is the interview. So for our batch, which is SPM 2020, interview was not held for all applicants. It's only for certain courses like medicine. But from previous batches, it's actually held for all the applicants. So again, this is really depends on your current situation. So I don't know about you guys particularly, but if the interview will be held, you don't have to worry, because they would just like ask normal questions, basically about what course you're planning to do, why you wanted to do that course. And since in this MARA YTP program is not bonded, so there a high possibility that they will ask what is your future plan? Are you planning to do postgraduate studies, or if you wanted to work, but if you wanted to work, where do you want it to work, overseas or local? So make sure you have an idea of that, I would say. And we're also sorry that we cannot give you the exact timeline, because for our batch, we actually applied before the SPM result is out. But that's a different case for you guys, because you'll actually be applying after the SPM result is out. Yeah. So, but overall, it's very simple. There's nothing much to it.
All right, let us go to the overseas route. So this is the interesting part where everybody wants to know because everybody wants to discover new places and learn new things. So let's get started. So here are the many countries that you could go. But first, we're going to start with A levels and IBDP, which is I wouldn't say the most famous, but a lot of people do like to opt into these two. And Mara does take a lot of students into these two courses, since we have the preparatory programs for these courses are Mara buildings, which is at KMS and also KMB. And also A levels, we also have it at GMI. So first, I would just like to explain the general structure of A levels and IBDP. If people don't know, if you guys are confused at how both of them work. So before that, we just go through these formalities. So for A levels, we will go through, like me and Arif, we are going through 2 years of AS and A2, which are the examinations at College Mara Seremban, KMS. And it is residential, whereby we live there, we eat there, we sleep there. And we must obtain 13/15 points overall score. So how is it calculated? So we are taking 3 or 4 subjects, and each subject will be awarded 5 points for A. And for B, it goes 4, and C, it goes 3, and things like that. So the IELTS per the whole score, we must get 6.5 and 4 streams offered, which I will further elaborate later in the next slide. And then UCAS and Common App will be sponsored. So UCAS is for the UK applications, while Common App will be for the US application. So they will both be sponsored. So A levels is under the Cambridge International Examinations. So IB diploma, if you want to pursue IB diploma, you will also undergo 2 years of IBDP at College Mara Banting, KMB. It is also residential. You must obtain 35/45 points overall score. Your IELTS must also be 6.5, 3 streams offered, and UCAS and Common App will also be sponsored. But the main difference I would like to highlight between A levels and IB is that A levels, you learn till you die. It's more of learning an examination process, while IB, you will go through a lot of assessment and assignments. Thus, IB has more subjects, but you won't learn in depth like A levels, since A levels will only take 3 or 4 subjects. That's like the gist of it. So if you are more on an examination brain, like me and Arif, where we do not like to do videos and we do not like to do assignments, that's why we choose the A level route. But if you want to create a more holistic and visionary and a better ethic, so I think you should go to IBDP. It really depends on you. So let's continue. So here are the A level streams that are currently offered at College Mara Seremban. You can go into the health and pure sciences, you can go to the engineering, you can go professional science and architecture. So you are going to apply for a stream. You are not going to apply for a course. So like me and Arif, we apply for health and pure science. So we have all 16 choices in us. So when we want to apply for our universities, we can just pick one. And then this is also a like a benefit on our side, since we know we want to do science, but we don't know what science do we want to do. So we still have a choice to be made. So like some scholarship bodies, as we know that you must apply for a certain course already, like geology or like environmental science and things like that. So here you still got time. You still get time, like 2 years after A levels, to pick which course do you want to pursue. Okay, continue. For the IBDP streams, there are sciences are like divided into health and pure science, and also we have computer science, we have pro science and life science. So IBDP, we have pharmacy, while A levels we do not have for our year. So for your year, we are not sure. You guys have to do check on that. Okay, next one. Here are the special routes where other than IBDP and also A levels. So IBDP and A levels, if you're wondering where are you flying to, you are going to fly to any English-speaking countries. By any English-speaking countries, you just think of the country. If the main language is English, then you can go there. So example, Canada, the States, UK, you can go to Australia, and etc. etc. So it's a very wide range of choices. So you're not restricted to one country. And if like your course, like you want to do speech pathology, if you're under science and you want to do speech pathology, if example, your university, the university ranking of the certain university's ranking is high at Australia, then just go for Australia, things like that. So here are the pre-Germany, pre-France, pre-Russia, pre-Jordan, pre-Korea, and ADTP. So you are not, if you choose these pathways, you are not going to be in ChemS or ChemB, you'll be in these respected preparatory programs. So you guys can like screenshot or something, because I'm not going to go through one by one. So the duration of studies in Malaysia is different. It's not going to be 2 years, and it differs from each one of these courses too. Like if you want to do finance and econs and you want a fast route to fly, then I suggest you to do ADTP, since you're going to only be 1 year in Malaysia and 4 years overseas, and it's like a faster route for you guys to get your degree, etc. etc. So it really depends on your course. It depends on like if you have set your mind into a certain country, maybe it really depends on each individual. Okay, let's continue.
Right, so for the local pathways, so other than overseas scholarship, of course, Mara offered local pathways. So most of the universities sponsored by Mara under local pathways are actually private university, because as we all know, for you to afford private uni to do your degree, it can be quite pricey. So that's why there's a special scholarship under Mara. So under local pathway, there are many degree offered, and it differs from each uni, but you can see that we made a list that about like the general degree that you can pursue, but it really differs from each year. So yeah, and so one of the famous local pathways are the medicine, because from my experience applying, there are really limited or non-existing medicine scholarship exists, especially because right now there's economic crisis whatsoever. So yes, but one of the most famous scholarship among medicine studies are actually under Mara scholarship. So Mara will sponsor their students to study the foundation program at College Mara Kulim. If you don't know, College Mara Kulim is like what we've known as the life science foundation program, because all students going there are actually going to pursue medicine, pharmacy, dentistry, and that kinds of courses. So that's really life science place that we call. So and then you will continue to do your medicine at University of Cyberjaya, UniKL, IMU, Segi, Taylor's, Masa. UMK is actually for veterinary science, and USM. And one of the most famous questions that were being asked to me are actually, can you study medicines overseas while being sponsored? The answer is yes, under Mara scholarship, which is you will be sponsored to study at a a collaborate university of USM, which is the USM KLE at India. And I'm not really know much about this USM KLE program, but from what I heard from my friends, that here is actually a good place for you to practice medicine, because the medical students there can actually treat patients. Because in Malaysia and other countries, the students are not allowed to even inject the patient, but in India you can do that, And also in India there's a lot of cadaver, so you can practice. You can really enhance your clinical practice there. Yeah, so that if you wanted to do medicine, that's definitely one of the courses that you wanted to consider. And last but not least, it's really important to note that choices of courses offered varies each year. I think me and Sarah keep on repeating this again and again, because it definitely different, and there's nothing you can do. I think you just can pray that your intended course will be included for Mara YTP program this year. And actually, I forgot to say one thing for application process just now. So other than Mara YTP, Mara actually offered other types of programs for SPM leavers, including the Asasi Mara, Mara YTP, and also there's a matriculation program at College Mara Kulim. But you have to remember that you only can be accepted into one of the programs. You cannot be accepted for more than one. So for example, you applied to Asasi Mara and you applied to Mara YTP, right? For example, you got accepted into the Asasi Mara, you will be automatically rejected by the Mara YTP. So Asasi Mara is a new program. It started with our batch, so your batch will be the second batch of Asasi Mara. So if you really want to go under Mara YTP, I advise you to not apply for Asasi Mara, because if you apply, then you got in, you'll be automatically rejected. There's no other way. And also at College Mara Kulim, there's a matriculation program. It's just matriculation is under matrikulasi. But if you also got accepted into the matriculation program at College Mara Kulim, automatically you will be rejected by the Mara YTP. So that is like the case for our batch. But for your batch, I'm not really sure, but I think it still works that way. But if you want any confirmation, you just can simply reach out to Mara officer through their emails after the application is out.
So here are one of the last slides that we have today, since we do not have a lot of time. So here are the boons and the banes, the pros and the cons, the benefits and harms of YTP Mara. So YTP Mara isn't a perfect scholarship body, and all scholarship bodies have their own flaws and have their own benefits. So the boons and the banes of YTP Mara is, let's go to the pros first. So first, it has a higher acceptance rate, since we have a lot of courses and we have so basically in general, we accept a lot of people, a lot of students. Second, we have the flexibility to grow as an individual, since as we grow, we still can make the choices on where and when and where we want to go. A strong sense of community, since try to imagine me and Arif, we are both in College Mara Seremban, and the whole batch are we are all under YTP Mara. So we have a sense of community and a sense of friendship and like batch spirit there. So it's just like if you're from boarding school, it's just the same concept. So the fourth one is the freedom to choose countries and pathway. So you still have such a huge number of choices, as long as you're like in the course, the university that you intend on going is like the top 30, then Mara will confirm sponsor you if you get an offer from that university. So the banes and the harms of this of YTP Mara is that first, we do agree that YTP Mara is not a lavish scholarship, and it's not the scholarship that like everybody wants to go to. Like it may be like your second choice, maybe your third choice, and we do understand, since maybe the money allocation for Mara isn't as high as other scholarship bodies, since other scholarship bodies do offer a very small amount of people. So that's why other scholarship bodies can, you know, like the money allocation is like huge to each and every individual. So Mara is not a lavish scholarship. And second, it's a school life environment. So we are still restricted to like some types of rules. So this goes to especially to like residential colleges like College Mara Seremban and College Mara Banting. So we still I would say like in like the layman's term, it rasa macam MRSM lah sikit. You will feel like you are still restricted to rules like MRSM and also SBP rules. It's not as strict as that, but there are rules. So you cannot like simply go out like every day and like come back at like 11 p.m. No, it does not work like that. And if you do get into it, you will see how it's also a good thing, since like now you can focus more on your studies. But maybe some people want something new in college, so you won't get that when you're under like some courses here. All right, I guess that's the pros and the cons of YTP Mara. So we are finally done with the studies, and before we end the session, Arif, do you have anything to say to these students?
Sure. So firstly, thank you for listening to our session. And I know that this whole application process, you were going to be so tired of it. It's going to be debilitating at times. You know, I suffered a lot, especially when I think the first part of it is really okay, I would say. But when the interview session start, you have like back-to-back interview, you're going to get stressed out a little bit. But my advice is that you just have to be confident with yourself, know what you're going to do, just be firm with your choice, and actually enjoy the whole process. And the most important thing is to make sure that if you wanted to pursue something, the last thing you should consider is people's perception on it. For example, you wanted to, like, for example, Asian parents want their students to want their child to pursue medicine, right? But you don't really like medicine. It's okay. You don't have to choose medicine, because I think you need to follow your passion. So that's how you grow better. And there's actually a lot of opportunities. So in Mara itself, there's a lot of diverse courses that I never heard of the name. Even we sponsored like sport rehabilitation medicine. I never heard of that, but definitely if you're interested, you can explore on that. So my advice is that you just have to try, and good luck. Enjoy the process. Yeah. How about you, Sarah?
All right, to all amazing future scholars hearing this, I hope that you realize that scholarship and all these applications are all based on luck. No, it's not just based on luck, but it's also like if you're fated to it, it's your faith. So please, me and Arif both has underwent scholarship applications, and we both have our happy and our sad moments of rejection. So do remember that it's all just a process. I know this application journey is very hard, and it's one of our biggest traumas in life too. But it's just go through it with bravery, and whatever you get at the end of the day, and when you actually settle down at the end of the day, that is the best for you. And you will realize that sooner or later, and once you just indulge and dive into your academic journey again, you will know that this is actually the best pathway for you, and you never would have wished it to be any other way. All right, that's all from me.
Yeah, and if you have anything to ask about Mara YTP program, you can contact us through our Instagram. We should listed there. And if you wanted to know about other courses that we don't really know of, just contact us through our Instagram, then we'll connect you to some other friends that we know. Yeah. Good luck. And I think that's all from us. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Right. Hello, everyone. So we'll proceed with the Q&A session. So me and Sarah again. So our first question. This person asks, hi, I want to ask a few questions. Comparing ADTP and A-level, which route is better if I want to enroll into top university? I think this particular person asking for US University, because for US, under Mara YTP, there are two possible pathways for you to continue your degree studies in the US. Either you can go under ADTP, which is a specific pre-US program, or you can go under A-levels. So Sarah, do you have any comment on this?
All right, so I would say, in my personal opinion, and also based on facts too, comparing between ADTP and A-level. So if you have dreams to go into a top university, i.e. Ivy Leagues or like UC Berkeley or the UCLA, I would advise you to go to A-levels, since A-level is a more accredited route, since it is a Cambridge examination, while ADTP, it's more on an internal based examination, and also you also apply using your SPM. And also like our batch who took ADTP couldn't apply to any UC, which is the University of California group. So thus, I believe that, and I highly believe that if you want to enroll in a top university, it is better for you to go down the 2-year route, which is the A-level route. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, and if I may add, for US specifically, they wanted like a more holistic kind of student. So ADTP is a very short program, and yeah, a very short program. You have like a short span, to do your academics, to do your maybe like further activities and stuff. But for A-levels, you got the full 2 years. So if you wanted to start an NGO, you wanted to do anything like to boost up your application, you definitely have time to do so.
All right, we have another question here from Sorfina. She asked, can you switch streams after achieving the scholarship for A-levels? For example, engineering, she wants to change to sciences. Arif, do you have an opinion on that?
So like in my personal view, like the safe answer would be no. Because like the thing about A-levels is that when you got into specific courses like engineering and sciences, the subject you took for your A-levels would be different. So changing the streams will also mean changing the subjects. So it's not really advisable to do so, but I'm not going to say it's not possible at all, because the thing about Mara is very, very flexible in terms of degree, in terms of like your studies. Since we're not actually bonded with Mara, so I think that's allocate like a little bit of flexibility in terms of like your studies plan. But I would not advise for you. If you wanted to go for sciences, you definitely better to like opt for sciences. You don't go to engineering, because I think I do have some of my friends that wanted to change the course, but the college wouldn't allow them to do so. So my safe answer would be no. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
another one.
okay, so this person, Dasman, asked, in the application form, the old IC number is mandatory. Should I replace it by new IC number? Sorry,
This is based on my personal experience by filling up the Mara form last year, is that for the old IC number, they ask, like Mara will ask for our parents' old IC number, which is actually available since the new IC number only existed like not long ago. So thus I advise you to ask your parents first, because maybe they actually know that they have an old IC number, and do not replace it with the new IC number because it's totally different. And there is actually a column for the new IC number. So there's like, they require both. But if anything, you should double check it. And if you still have any doubts, you can ask me on Arif about it.
Yeah, and also regarding the Mara application, for you, like the technical parts specifically for the Mara YTP program, Mara counselors and also college Mara counselors will be available. I think you can reach out to their to Mara official page to ask for any guidance, especially in like the technical parts. You know, they would know better.
Okay, we have another question from Arif Haikal. He asked, if I apply for JPA Mara, will I be able to apply for YTP too?
And I think, Sarah, you got both of these scholarship, right?
Yeah, so JPA Mara and YTP Mara is two different things. So like Mara handles YTP Mara, Asasi Mara, and also matriculation Mara. And then you can only apply one only. But for like JPA, there's specific JPA PPN, JPA and the JPKJ, and also JPA Mara. I'm not sure actually why it's called JPA Mara, with all honesty, but it's actually a different program. Like last year, I did apply for both JPA Mara and YTP Mara, and I also received an offer from JPA Mara. So thus, it's proven that you can receive and you can apply for both.
Yeah, and also like in terms of your future planning, I would say much like for example for KMB and KMS students, which like both of these students are actually under Mara YTP, we will inshallah be board on the same plane. So we will going to overseas on the same day on the same flight, but we will not be included with JPA Mara students because they basically we have like no relation to them. That's not a nice way to put it, but it's basically what it means. Okay, so you can apply for both. Okay, that's another question. Can I apply for medic course and also engineering course at the same time? I heard that we can apply for two programs under YTP.
All right. As we know that YTP, we will, correct me if I'm wrong, Arif, we have like two choices, right? First choice and also second choice. So it could be totally two different courses, two different things. Like my first choice was life science and my second choice was engineering. So two completely different things, and I received a life science offer. So like in this, this person asked if he can apply for medic course and also engineering course at the same time. And yes, it's possible, but do keep your priorities straight. So if you're more into medic and more inclined to medic, please make it your first choice. So if like it's more likely for Mara to offer you a foundation in Kulim rather than an A-level course in ChemS.
Yeah, but if you put like two different courses on the application, it would be something like a bit like a lottery, because you don't know whether you got at the first or the second choice. Yeah. So yeah, technically yes, you can apply for it. And right now, as we're doing the session, Mara YTP already opened the application yesterday, and I think I reviewed some of the offered programs and the new programs that they add this year is actually a double degree program with University Malaysia Pahang and China, which is a very interesting. And also they got like an Asasi for UM. So yeah, that's it, the new program. I think that's the end of the Q&A session for today. Yeah, so if you have anything, you can simply hit me and Sarah through our Instagrams. We will always be available and willing to help.
Thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you
Good
and good
luck.
luck.